Hey guys, tonight we drift into Aleppo's shadowed marketplace, dust clouds swallowing the last saffron streaks of sunset. Your ledger lies open, a wounded bird, its pages buckling under dried ink. 23 camphor chests loom, each leather hinge groaning louder than your knees. Ancient merchants here traded spices alongside whispers of war. Did you know this city kneels on shards of 30 conquered empires? Leather creaks beneath your thumb like a ship's hull begging to sink. Heat clings, stubborn as that one ant who overstays weddings. 23, 22. Maybe if you squint, it could be 17. Nope. Still 23. History claims these chests once carried frankincense for Cleopatra's wig-tossing parties, though experts debate if baldness drove her to such vanity. Outside, a donkey brays at a moon, already bled pale. You should have hired that kid Mamet strong back. 0 questions. But no. Pride demanded solitude. Rookie move. Beneath the cinnamon haze, a truth stings worse than scorpion wine. You got played by that silk merchant from Samarkand. He slipped inferior myrrh into lot 12, smelled suspiciously like fermented yak butter. Dusk gnaws the ledger's edges, columns blurring into hieroglyphs. 17 camel trains departed today. Only 11 paid full tariff. An old trick, hiding copper coins inside hollow olives. Historians still argue whether traders swallowed gemstones or just enjoyed dramatic bathroom hunts. Your inkwell sweats, contracts bleeding into the wood grain. One stray spark could torch this whole booth, incense, and regret burning bright enough for Damascus to see. Camphor resin seeps through iron-banded corners, cloying sweetness masquerading as preservation. Clever how merchants once used camel urine to waterproof fabrics crude, but effective, like your cousin's duct-taped sandals. A chest lid groans, dust, motes swirl, golden in the dying light. 23 becomes 22. Know your eyes itch from ledger smoke. The number hasn't budged. Somewhere, a weaver's loom mimics your grinding teeth. Contracts pile like flattened snakeskins, striped with welts from furious quills. Aleppo's walls hunker low, wrinkled sentries watching empires crumble. Tonight they watch you. Moonlight licks broken scales. The bronze once Mamet dropped last Tuesday. Should have paid him extra. Silence thickens. No crickets dare chirp in this ledger-scented tomb. Your knuckle brushes a wax seal, half melted from noon's fury. It smells wrong. Not beeswax. Someone used goat fat again. Sneaky trick. Goat melts faster, erases terms before ink dries. You grind molars, tasting betrayal and yesterday's lentil stew. 9 lamps gutter oil sludge clinging to their clay bellies. Breathe shallow, camphor madness comes quick to the sleep-starved. Legends whisper of guards who hallucinated emerald scorpions leaping to their deaths from date palms. Don't be those guys. Fold the contract. Bury it. Walk away. But first, breathe. 23 chests won't vanish by dawn. Probably 3 deep inhales dust. Comin', the ghost of Mamet's onion breath. One mainstream fact floats up: Aleppo supplied saffron to Rome's elite for their absurd peacock-stuffed banquets. A distant mule cart rattles, your pulse sinks with its wobbling wheels. This city's paved with forgotten ledgers, crushed into mortar by Ottoman boots. Yours won't join them. 3 folds, sharp enough to cut moonlight, and the contract surrenders to darkness. 10 fingers cramp inked with the day's failures. 23 chests shrink to 23 paper squares, haunted by the scent of goat fat regrets. Outside, even the scorpions yawn. Lamplight kisses the last clause, 8 words blurring into one throbbing truth. You blink slow as a desert tortoise, tongue thick with unsung, haggling your breath, still catches just a little as candle flame licks the cedar ceiling beams above. Local woodworkers swore this resin-soaked timber could outlast empires. Funny thing is, they might have been right. Firelight paints ochre spirals on the plaster, dancing with each draft, sneaking through the lattice. You blink hard, trying to erase that last stubborn column of inventory numbers burned into your vision. Anise seeds pop in the copper kettle nearby. Gunshot snaps in the quiet. Can't fight the tiny smirk. Bet old Yusuf, next door, just spilled his 3rd cup this week. Mainstream history loves painting merchants as math-obsessed drudges. But truth is, we'd trade 5 abacuses for 1 decent kettle any day. Steam curls up, thick and white, carrying whispers of cardamom straight into your sinuses. Funny how that spice ruled medieval medicine cabinets. Some quacks even prescribed it for melancholia. Could use that now. This steam might dissolve the ink stains on your knuckles. Parchment crinkles under your elbow. Been using that contract draft as a coaster again. Bad habit. Historians still argue whether Alexandrian scroll merchants oiled their hands before handling papyrus, or if that's just romantic nonsense. No one mentions how lamb fat candles pooled wax onto those priceless texts. Eternal battle sticky, fingers versus sticky money. Your pinky brushes the kettle's handle, copper scorching even through calluses. Not smart, but hey, pain focuses the mind better than weak tea. Count 8 anise seeds swirling, supposedly Cleopatra's favorite for digestion. Couldn't help her much in the end. Rome digested Egypt wholesale. 1 crimson-tinted ledger sheet clings to your wrist, static or fate, who knows? Blow it off, watch it flutter to join its fallen comrades on the rug. Hand-knotted wool, obviously, some tribal pattern lost to time. 10 dinars well spent. Wine stains hide easier here than on marble. Outside, a donkey brays at the wrong hour, some apprentice forgetting to haul water. Familiar sound, like the city clearing its throat. That steam keeps unfurling, kettles nearly boiled dry. Steam was the first anesthesia. Did you know that? Old Baghdad surgeons held patients over rosewater vapor before, well, less pleasant activities, still better than biting leather straps. You guess. Your nail traces a scorch mark on the table's edge, left by your grandfather's disastrous incense experiment. Family legend says he tried recreating Solomon's holy incense recipe. Overachiever. Got mustard seed in the wrong ratio. Smoldered for 3 days. Scented prayers become curses real quick. Wax drips onto your sandal strap, cooling instantly into a pearly teardrop. Scrape it off, roll it between thumb and forefinger. Useless little moon, 16 dirhams per pound. But what's the point? Beeswax candles lit the Hagia Sophia's dome, didn't save it from conquest, or earthquakes, or time. Dust motes swirl inside the candle's halo, tiny galaxies flaring and dying between breaths. You used to think they were spice grains, escaping their jars, childish fancy, but poetic. Flip the ledger closed, leather, cover size relief. 12 lines left unwritten. A. Let tomorrow's scribe fret over taxes. The cedar beams creak subtle, like an elder's bones settling. That polished glow didn't come cheap. Syrian cedar built Pharaoh's solar barges. Or so those pushy lumber dealers claim. Who knows, maybe Cleopatra's doomed lover chartered a couple cedarwood warships. Didn't help his naval tactics either. Cardamom's scent shifts. Burnt sugar edges now, time's up. Pour the oversteeped brew into a dented tin cup. Splashes your thumbnail. Another stain to explain. Some physicians swore tea readings revealed fortunes, kinda like reading the dregs at a raucous Cairo tavern. Cardamom stars, anise comets, all swirling toward the cup's battered rim. A moth kamikazes into the flame, brief sizzle, ashes spiral down. You freeze mid-sip. One summer night, age 9, you watched 100 moths immolate themselves in a Levantan bonfire. Asked your why, he shrugged, said they confuse fire for moonlight. Tragic or stupid, depends on the year you're asked. Kettle's hollow hissing syncs with your breath. Now, steady rhythm. Ignore how your sore ribs protest. Contracts may bind the body, steam loosens the hinges. Wipe damp palms on your tunic, silk embroidery scratches. Persian not work, irritating reminder of yet another unsettled debt. Through the open window, a raspy chuckle floats up, probably Murad telling filthy jokes to his pigeons again. Nutter claims his great-granddad smuggled secrets inside carrier birds during Saladin's reign. Pigeon guano streaks his roof tiles. Doubt even the Crusaders deserved that fate. Your tongue finds a stray anise seed stuck in a molar, crunch bitter finish. Makes you think, absurdly, of Byzantine banquet tricks. Rumor says they served spiced wax figurines that melted when doused in wine, party favors dissolving beneath drunk senators' fingers. Funny grandfather's ledger mentions exporting beeswax eastwards. Now you wonder, turn the empty cup upside down. Let residual heat warm 2 palm lines. Palmistry, bull, but your aunt swore by it, said your heart line forked like a smuggler's escape route. She should have read her own. Her 5th husband carried off her emeralds 3 years ago. One last candle, suicide dives, charred wick curling into black lace. Shadow stretches its fingers across the stack of unpaid bills. Perfect, Even debt looks prettier gilded. 2 breaths deeper. Let cardamom coat your throat, anise lingering like an unsolicited kiss. That final steam tendril dissipates, ghost of a ghost, leaving parchment and cedar to reclaim their scents. Some perfumers still argue whether odor molecules trigger memories or just guilt. You side with guilt. Kettle cools faster than anticipated metal contracting. Faint pings under your fingertips, like coins settling in a purser's dead hands. Morbid blame the hour. Caravan bells ring faintly beyond the souk. Some poor soul still hauling goods under starshy skies. Their problem, not yours, not tonight. Stretch your arms. Elbows crack loud enough to startle the gecko on the wall. Quick scuttle silent judgment, off it goes. Meteor streaks beyond the lattice, bronze flash between indigo clouds. Make a wish. Nah, too much paperwork. Fingers drift toward the ledger stop, curl back into your lap. Let moths eat the numbers. Let rats gnaw the tallies. Tomorrow needs its own curses. Lean back, cedar beam supports your nape solid, eternal. Wind plucks at the loose shutter hinge, dull, clanking, Aleppo's lullaby. You used to count the rhythm to fall asleep back when camels groaned outside your childhood window. Same tempo as Cuauhtémoc's war drums. Random fact from that drunk Portuguese cartographer last monsoon season. Exhale slow. Let shoulders melt into the divan's lumpy cushions. Dried lavender pokes your shoulder blade. Grandmother's doing her ghost, still fussing over trivial comforts. Tomcat yowls 3 roofs over someone's garden romance. Gone sour, typical. Candles final spark gutters. Darkness rushes in like uninvited creditors. Cinnamon drifts up anyway, smuggled from some shadow jar. Mouth waters, stomach growls, but moving might jinx this fragile calm. They say Saladin's accountants tallied wartime debts by candlelight too, probably glared at ledgers with the same mix of loathing and lust. Bet his scribes also dipped quills too deep, sent ink spattering across surrender terms. Historians still argue whether he wept signing treaties or just bit through his cheek to stay sharp. Cedar beams absorbed smoke, wisdom, and silence. Your turn now, one vertebra at a time, surrendering to gravity's pull. Fire-scarred table holds your weight, faithful relic, Asia, welcome warmth. Cup rolls off your thigh, clatters onto the rug, dull thud. Let it lie. Dawn's problem. Anise aftertaste fades, replaced by something older, drier, like sun-baked clay tiles underfoot. Skin remembers the steam's caress, contract ink dissolving into night air. Mouse skitters inside the wall, tiny thief stealing crumbs of your last coherent thought. Cool tile underfoot, abandoned sandal, halfway to the bed pallet. No, this spot will do. Should have gotten that cushioned stool, always haggled too hard so out. Remembering grandfather's voice, low and graveled, telling you candle wax gathered at dawn cured warts. Nonsense, of course. His hands stayed gnarled, no matter how much wax he hoarded. Still, inked knuckles itch with phantom memory. Salt crust stings your left eyelid, one last defiance from those dried-up harbor ledgers. Rub it, smear turmeric yellow across your cheek, precious spice versus petty biology. Tilt your head back, count 8, no, 11 chipped plaster constellations on the ceiling. Star-charted by drips from last winter's leaky roof. Orion's belt looks suspiciously like a noose tonight. No, don't dwell. Pigeon wings clap outside, sharp report, shotgun echoes of city life in suspended motion. Leather merchant Hangyuns, still awake 3 streets over, shuffling his famed crimson hides, stained with crushed murex shells, so he claims, probably just pomegranate rinds and lies. Sniff, sharp cinnamon's back teasing from the pantry's cracked door. Clever girl, but her wiles won't work, not till sunrise. Kettle's gone cold, a heavy corpse rattling when wind shivers the table. Poor metal never stood a chance, outmatched by human exhaustion. That scalded pinky throbs in unison, mockery you refuse to acknowledge. Roof tiles click, clack like cooling pistol barrels. Been years since siege engines roared centuries. Aleppo forgets nothing but its own survival. Scholars debate whether cities dream without answers, without mercy. Darkness now complete, pressed against your corneas like velvet tourniquet. Better this way. Keeps the ledger's accusing columns hidden, keeps the contract folded away for now. Gecko returns, sprinting up the wall, nails clicking like miniature abacus beads. Let it tally the night, you're done counting. Throat dry, regretting that last cardamom gulp. Should have negotiated for water, not tea, during the ceasefire's 5th hour. Bed pallet beckons, 3 paces away, uncharted territory. Too far, trade routes collapse, ambition falters, floor tiles accept your surrender. Silk cushion bunches under your hip, patterned with Ottoman tulips, faded glory beneath a sleep-bent spine. Who's laughing now, ye oldie weaver? Exhale full, emptying all ledgers, all tonight's failures. Wind carries gritty kisses from the emptying bazaar, final grains of the hourglass settling. Aleppo stirs, sleeps, repeats. Your thumb finds the contract's broken seal, crumbling crimson wax beneath your calloused fingerprint. Silk threads still cling to the mess, golden fibers meshed with dried resin, like spider legs trapped in amber. Some Venetian merchant swore mixing silk into sealing wax prevented forgery. Doubt stopped his rivals from pilfering half your saffron shipment last spring. A numb chill seeps into your palms now, familiar weight, like holding river stones in both hands. That wax once bore the emblem of a laughing falcon, king of some scrap heap mercantile dynasty, now just fractured wings. Historians still argue whether medieval notaries intentionally flawed their seals, hidden artistry, or just sloppy work after too much honeyed wine. Peel back a stray silk thread. It resists, thin wine echoing in the quiet. Grandmother used such threads for embroidering bridal veils, her needle darting like a minnow through linen rivers. These strands served darker purposes, binding promises tighter than hangman's rope. Floorboard creaks beneath your heel, the house settling its own debts. Moonlight stripes the parchment, revealing where someone's nail tore the seal hastily. Bet they tasted bile in their throat that moment, just like you did sealing it 40 nights ago. Silk trade built empires and ruined fools. Those shimmering threads weave graves faster than shrouds. Your pinky traces the wax's ragged edge, sharp enough to draw blood if pressed. Didn't stop clerks from Damascus to Delhi licking their thumbs before pressing royal seals, saliva softening the wax's bite. Courtiers called it the monarch's kiss, romantic nonsense, more like desperation's spit. Silk fibers catch the candle's guttering light, false gold. Remember that mad Sufi in the bazaar swore he could read souls by how silk frayed, called yours a moth-eaten prayer flag. Cheeky bastard gave him 2 figs for honesty. Rotate the contract, watch moonlight slide off its surface like oil. That wax once held pebbled texture, imitation dragon scales, client's pathetic bid for grandeur. Real drake skin feels warmer, smells like thunderstorms, not this acrid beeswax stench. Numbness spreads up your wrists, slow invasion. Letting the document rest feels dangerous, like leaving a dagger unsheathed beside your pillow. Some scribe in Cordoba probably inked this very clause, fingers stained blue from crushed lapis, never knowing whose fate he penned. Breath fogs the vellum briefly. Your name materializes in the dampness, then vanishes. Poetic, if pointless. They used heated wax to seal battlefield wounds during the Crusades. Hurt worse than steel, but scabbed quicker. One silk thread glistens. Plucking it releases a stale perfume, saffron and sandalwood. Client drenched everything in that cloying mix, like walking into a perfumer's tomb. His ghost clings to this parchment, cloying as his failed guarantees. Thumbnail digs at a wax fragment, pings onto the table, tumbles toward oblivion. Catch it roll the tiny shard between your fingers, smooth as a worry stone. Bet Cleopatra's scribes dropped seal wax on marble floors, nervous hands fumbling treaties that doomed kingdoms. Exhale sharp, dislodge dust from the contract's crease. Particles dance in a moonbeam, contracting to avoid your scrutiny. Whole empires got buried in clauses this size, their bones ground finer than this dust. Silk resists again, fraying as you tug, persistent little liar. Debated burning this thing last Tuesday, watched flame kiss the corner, flinched first. Parchment's cowardice mirrors your own perfect pair. Press both palms flat on the table, counteract the creeping numbness. Wood grain presses back, familiar ridges map this desk's lifetime of bad decisions. Grain lines mirror the contract's folds, destiny etched in cellulose and stupidity. Fingertips find the wax's cold heart, still slightly pliable after all these weeks. Mediterranean sun branding your nape when you pressed it deaf to the muezzin's noon call, focused only on securing that 8th camel's transit tax. Lantern light reveals silken fraud now, 3 threads where there should have been 4. Skipped strand marks the nullification clause. Clever boy. Too bad client couldn't count past his own nose hairs. Wind sneaks through the shutters. Contract corners flutter like captive doves. The Ming dynasty used silk ribbon contracts for divorce settlements. Wives kept the threads as freedom tokens. This silk binds, not releases, stolen options knotted tight. A moth drifts past, powdering your wrist with indifference. Night insects never judge, only seek flame or sugar, simple creatures. Wish you'd been born a beetle gnawing wood, unburdened by vertical accounting columns. Numbness reaches your elbows now, pleasant surrender, the seal's poison doing its slow work. They warned about Venetian wax, laced with belladonna to numb victims during signings. Likely just dockyard rumors spread by jealous Genoese traders. Left palm sweats, adhesive against vellum, skin threatening to fuse with the fibers. Would serve it right, merchant turned part document, grafted into his own terrible bargain. Let historians puzzle over that melted monstrosity centuries hence. Sniff the broken seal, nothing but faded musk and crushed oak galls. Ink ingredients varied wildly. Medici agents hid poison in theirs. Murder by marginalia. Suppose you got lucky, just got robbed blind via legalese. Instead, rest the contract against your forehead. Cool vellum, leaching frustration. Childish gesture, grandmother would laugh, claim the paper drank your thoughts. Maybe it did, maybe tomorrow you'll wake up emptied, finally peaceful. Moon shifts, shadow swallows the silk threads. Now just phantom lines under your thumb. Your knuckle grates against a dried wax droplet, rough as a scab, stubborn as that dead Alexandria's lighthouse keeper owed your great uncle. Close your eyes. Contract imprints itself in negative against your lids. Black wax on white fire. They buried scribes with their quills in Old Kingdom. Egypt might need your ledger styli tucked into your shroud too. Bad jokes for bad debtors. Numbness crests, shoulders slump, parchment slides into your lap. Heavy this triplicate failure, lighter than the hope you carried signing it. Wind rifles through pages, searching for unpaid balances, finding only silence. Candle dies, its protest unheard. Silk threads vanish, swallowed by night's indifference. Contract merges with the dark, your hands go limp in truce. Aleppo breathes. You don't count the spaces between distant muezzin calls, melt into twilight, each note stretching the last gold across your contract's cotton fiber surface. Wool blankets press warmth against your knees. Thick Syrian weave from Hama's grinning weaver. What was her name? Fatima. Faiza. Doesn't matter, she charged triple if you complimented the stripes too early. Those moist honeycomb patterns still glimmer where your thumbnail dented the wax earlier. Remember reading how Damascus muezzins practiced swallowing olive oil before dawn prayers. Lubricating throats for purer high notes sounded like a drunkard's boast. Until you heard Sheikh Mahmud's sunrise call shake pigeon feathers loose from minarets. Knees sink deeper into horsehair cushions. Wool's scratch softened by years of lazy maids neglecting to beat the dust out. Historians still argue whether Bedouin wool patterns encoded clan histories or just drunken weavers' mistakes. Your blanket's zigzags suggest someone owed serious gambling debts. Visible math no collector could ignore. Twilight seeps through cedar latticework, gilding dust motes above your abandoned inkwell. You used Ghazni beetleshell ink for this contract, supposedly smudge-proof. Lies the merchants see bled like a gutted deer mid-sentence, should have stuck with reliable Aleppo oak gall recipes, even if they made documents smell like pickled onions. That final muezzin note lingers, dissolving into the call of a street vendor packing his apricots. Backgammon tiles clatter downstairs, disgruntled click as someone rolls snake eyes twice. One wiry Armenian merchant swears his left ring finger twitches before bad dice throws, kept it severed in a rosewater jar after the incident of '89. Breath steams the cooling air, ghostly shapes mimicking the candle's last sulphurous swirls. Wool tightens across your thighs, welcoming prison threads. Some mad Venetian explorer wrote about Tibetan monks meditating under yak wool so heavy they hallucinated enlightenment between suffocations. You settle for mild numbness. Moths batter the lantern's glass chimney, oblivious to its death. Their wings dust the blanket's edge with iridescent scales, temporary tattoos for fabric. Remember Turkic traders binding orphans' wrists in moth cocoon silk for luck. Saw it once in Samarkand, kids scratching raw while merchants counted coins. Fingertips brush the contract's right margin, where witnesses scrawled names like startled spiders. That splotch isn't ink. That's Hassan's famous pomegranate syrup from the disastrous signing lunch. Still amazed how 14 grown men wrestled one sticky ladle. Rooftop tiles creak, cooling into night's embrace. The house exhales, cedar beams settling like an old camel kneeling. Painter in Isfahan once sold you moon-catching tiles he swore shimmered blue during Ramadans. You overpaid. They only glow during wasp infestations. Pull the blanket higher, itchy embrace at your collarbones. Pillars of Hama built their looms to mimic Persian war shields, tight interlocking tapestry that repelled dust storms. Your spine thanks their paranoid craftsmanship, as cushions cradle each vertebra like river-worn stones. Contracts gilded edge catches, dying light, false promise glimmer. Merchant in Marrakesh sold Roman sunshine glass prisms, guaranteed to multiply candle flames. They did by setting 3 caravanserais ablaze before dawn. Some truths glitter too brightly. Wool fibers prickle your wrists, coarse comfort. Historians still whisper about Saladin's woolen, gambeson worn at Hatton, scented with rosewater to disguise bloodstains from his men. You prefer your blankets smelling of cedar and bad decisions. Shadows swallow the last apricot gold streaks on vellum, document dissolving into gloom. Wait, was that clause about delayed cinnamon shipments, page 2 or 3. Doesn't matter now. Let the rats debate logistics in their midnight debates. Muezzin's successor is the night watchman's raspy cough 3 courtyards over. The man smokes those awful Cappadocian root blends, charred licorice nightmares, still beats the Baghdad guard, who sang off-key love ballads between shifts. Knees shift, blanket protesting with a woolen sigh. 10-year-old, you tried counting stars through Aleppo's haze, gave up at 47. Current you knows better, only counts debts, and increasingly reasons not to. A single date pit clatters onto the floor tiles. Escapee from your neglected snack bowl. Persian physician Al-Razi prescribed 7 dates nightly for intestinal fortitude, failed to mention they stick to ribs like anxious creditors. Lantern gutters, its death rattle smells like burnt lilac. Some Cretan sailor swore wicks, braided with hymnal parchment, burned slower. You tried Quranic pages, once nightmares for weeks, grandmother's ghost whacking your calves with her reed pipe. Wool's weight turns liquid, mercury pooling around your hips. Wool, probably itching you're too tired to care. That Byzantine embroiderer in Adrianople had the right idea, dipped his entire workshop in beeswax to muffle life's annoyances. Fingernail traces a blanket thread, coarse, highway running northeast toward your left kneecap. Genoese mapmakers used red wool threads on sea charts marking pirate coasts. Your body's become its own treacherous map. Tonight, aching ports and stiff tributaries. Last candle, sigh cues the calligraphy's final fade. Ink sinking into vellum's hungry fibers. Master scribe in Cairo could pen entire poems on rice grains, tiny, lies swallowed quick. Your contract sprawls like drunken graffiti, monument to compromised hopes. Eyelids lower, blankets scratch now indistinguishable from evening breeze. Street sounds dwindle to occasional donkey brays, grumpy shift, workers nudging carts toward dawn markets. Let them trudge. Your feet stay wool-wrapped, anchored in faux Hama luxury. Someone's laughter echoes from the tannery district, raucous, burst swallowed by narrow alleys. Wool can't muffle that particular pitch. Hassan's cousin Mustafa celebrating another dubious deal. Tomorrow's problem, tonight's muffled amusement. Moonlight claims the courtyard, turning wool indigo where it spills across your shins. Blankets like these lined Saladin's campaign tents, thin comfort before battle screams. Yours smothers quieter wars, waged with ledgers and regret. Palms flatten against wool, pulse throbbing beneath calluses. Historians argue whether Umayyad weavers embedded surahs into royal tapestries, hidden blessings. Your blanket whispers simpler truths, mainly static sparks and sheep body odor. Contract vanishes into leather satchel beside your knee, final surrender to the dark. Satchel once carried Kashmiri saffron worth, its weight in silver, now cradle to a failed merchant's paper corpse. Pride shades into exhaustion, seamlessly, no witnesses, but moths. Aleppo's heartbeat slows, 3 streets over 5, 10 silence radiating outward from your wool-fortified cocoon. Even the scorpions nap beneath cool stones, dreaming of careless toes. Blanket creaks as you slump sideways, weave protesting the geometry of defeat. Pillow swallows your ear, cotton whispering old lullabies in dialect your mother used before traders carried her south. Final waking thought dissolves, carried off by a yawn wider than the Orontes. Let night wrap this day like flawed parchment around spoiled meat. Tomorrow's sun will judge the stench anew. Between breaths, the wool softens, silence pooling in woolen folds. Nothing left to clutch. Stars spin slow above the lattice, untethered from earth's ledger books, market cries, stolen figs, the whole damnable arithmetic of living darkness, thick as cardamom coffee, no sugar. Your fingertip grazes the smudged name, Yusuf al-Haddad, the letters bleeding at the edges like rust in rain. 3 years gone, that stubborn ironmonger who haggled over fills like they were his children's teeth. Cotton paper drinks the lamp's last glow, swallowing loops of ink-drawn storms. Even dead, his name demands attention. Thick black curves that sag into puddles on the page. You used Syrian cotton paper, same stock Fatimid viziers wrote tax decrees on when camels carried gold to Cairo. Rag trade merchants swore these fibers lasted longer than grudges. Almost true. Ink swirls where his final D collapses. A tiny desert whirlpool caught mid-spin. Scales of dried mulberry glue flake beneath your nail, stubborn as Yusuf's refusal to pay for that chipped anvil repair. Historians still scribble about why Damascus ironwork patterns vanished overnight in 1218. Was it Mongol burns or bad bookkeeping? Your knuckle presses the stain where Yusuf slammed his teacup, cardamom-scented proof of his tantrum. 3 extra dinars he fought for, then lost betting on rooster fights behind the bathhouse. Found his ledger once, entries written in sheep's blood wine for audit protection. Smelled like murder and bad arithmetic. Lamp wick sputters, casting Yusuf's name into brief relief. Then gloom. Should have used Aleppo's standard indigo ink, not this Ghazni muck that feathers like drunk spiders. Waste of 7 silver dirhams, same price as that Uzbek dancer's frankly overrated eyelash flutter. Wind sneaks through the lattice, lifting the paper's edge in a mocking bow. Dead merchant's autograph mimics his actual bow, the awkward half-curtsy he'd give after swindling novices. One time, at the Acre Horse Fair, you saw him bow so low his turban rolled off, revealing a tattooed lioness snarling on his bald spot. Finger traces the storm in his surname. How the ink clots where he pressed too hard. Perspiration maybe, or that tremor he always blamed on northern damp. Funny how merchants adopt chronic ailments like fashion, sudden gout during price talks, miraculous recovery at dessert course. Moonlight bleeds through, turning the smudge violet. Your thumbnail digs where his seal once squatted stolen, eventually, by a debt collector from Mosul. People forget Baghdad's Thieves' Guild required a cut of all reclaimed debts, paid in honeycomb or lead musket balls. Paper wrinkles as you shift, memory of Yusuf's voice scraping your inner ear. 3 years, still smells like his cinnamon toothpick habit, cloying sweet over camel stench. Armenian silver polisher once claimed cinnamon steams from the mouths of liars. Should have sold him to Yusuf as a truth detector. Stain spreads, blurring the last vowel into abstraction, word becoming Rorschach test. Is that a ship? A scorpion, a broken scale? Yusuf would have argued it was all three, then charged interpretation fees. Breath fogs the vellum, briefly erasing him. Persian poets call this the scribe's revenge. Hot air, obliterating cold deeds, should exhale harder, make the bastard's whole name evaporate like his reputation. Ink holds fast, naturally. Same pig-headedness his third wife displayed when she auctioned his tools before the corpse chilled. Clever woman hid the funds inside a hollow anvil at the smithy. Revolutionary concept Yusuf himself taught her. Left sweat smear under the date, your own salt signature, betrayed by Damascus humidity. Learned later from a Tunisian parchment maker, human sweat corrodes cotton fibers twice as fast as rainwater. Body always betrays given time. Tannery stink seeps through cedar shutters. One of Yusuf's rival cousins working night shifts. Bankruptcy smells different now, more oak bark, less rotting donkey hides, same desperation. Blotch resembles Constantinople's shape on Ottoman maps, rough-edged empire in dried oak gall. Your thumb covers the Bosporus, erasing the strait. Yusuf would have called it sacrilege, then tried selling you a certified piece of Trojan horse splinter. Wind flips the corner contract, nearly airborne. 2 fingers pin it, savior and captor. That's the thing about dead men's ink. Fights harder than their living hands ever did. Fog thickens outside, swallowing the mule driver's curses on Abu Yahya Street. Yusuf cursed softer, used liturgical Aramaic, so saints would share his irritation. Took 6 months to realize half were love poems to a Cognac wine seller's daughter. Cotton fibers fray where your nail digs, soft resistance beneath skin. Documents die slowly, unlike merchants. Moon retreats, taking the phantom storm with it. Dawn will bleach this into something softer, harmless smudge on a document nobody will read again. Last cockroach abandons the windowsill, skittering toward bigger crumbs in the spice warehouse. You release Yusuf's name, let it sink back into shadow, paper curling like a salted leech. Some debts stay owed, even when ledgers close. Street cleaners' brooms whisper against cobblestones, 3 alleys over, erasing yesterday's grime, as methodically as time dissolves ink and intent. Lantern exhales its final sulfur breath, contract dissolving into uniform black, no longer your burden. Floorboards creak, the house settling alongside your decision. Even the dust sleeps now, silence pooling in corners where figures once danced. One moth drifts downward, carcass landing atop the vanished name, obituary written in winged dust. Let it rest there, this paper coffin, this word tomb, this smudged footnote to a life, already sand, slipping through marketplace cracks. Cricket begins its watch outside, one rasping eulogy, no one commissioned. You blink slow, letting eyelids carve softer darkness, weight of pens, and promises finally still. A cinnamon stick snaps in the hearth, echo sharp as a smuggler's cheekbone breaking, then another, crack splitting the quiet like a beggar's hunger, pangs at dawn. Each burst carries ghosts, come in heavy souks, dust devils dancing on Armenia's salt flats, frankincense, sweating under Yemeni noon. Flames lick the new splinters, turning resin into liquid gold, same color as Venetian trade beads used to fool island chiefs. Those smooth operators once burned 2 tons of Ceylonese cinnamon in Venice harbor, fake shortage, just to spike prices higher than a Dubai penthouse. Some brewpub in Bruges actually recreated the scent last year, charged €30 for economic arson cocktails. Idiots paid extra to hear fake ledgers burning via headphone. Heat stings your cheeks, nostrils full of ancient wood smoke and long-dead accountants. You used cinnamon bark bribery back in Basra. Guard captain preferred it over silver when his wife craved lamb pastries. Historians still poke each other's eyes out over spice preservation myths. Did sprinkling cinnamon really stop Mongol army grain from spoiling? Or just cover the rot better than peasant lies? Another snap, this one wetter, juices hissing like vipers in a merchant's ear. Your first caravan job at 12, counting cinnamon quills by torchlight, learning to spot Turkish fakesters mixing in kasha bark. Armenian trader taught you the lick test. Real cinnamon melts sweet, fakes hit bitter as divorce papers. Your tongue burned for 3 hours, but you won that bet and 50 Turkish lira. Fire draws sweat from your temples, each droplet tracing paths like caravan routes through Hindu Kush valleys. Cinnamon's so specific right, not vague like spice. It's contract work, precise folds, shipment clauses carved in bark oil. You held a quill from Sri Lanka's last royal grove, once, gift from that colony's princess smuggling sapphires in spice jars. She winked, listing the weight 42 carats, unless customs asks. Then it's 42 kilos of bark dust. Embers collapse, sending up sparks like shooting stars over Aleppo's gates. Childhood nightmare, believing cinnamon grew in carnivorous bird nests after that drunk storyteller's tale. Poor kid, you wept for imaginary chicks burned in bakery ovens. Realities less poetic, just sweaty farmers peeling tree bark like onions, blisters gluing their thumbs to knife handles. Wood creaks, a log turning like a sleepless merchant in damp sheets. This particular batch came from Jaffa's black market, swapped for 3 bolts of water-damaged Kashmiri silk. Still smells like sea salt and dockworker armpits. Not ideal, but better than Persian knockoffs soaked in rosewater to mask mold. Blink slower, Let smoke make ghosts dance behind eyelids. That Balinese vendor last spring, dangling cinnamon bark rolls like earrings, claiming they warded off Dutch colonial curses if hung above doorways, bought 4 strands, mostly to silence his yapping, found them 5 months later eaten into lace by silverfish. Tongue finds a cinnamon shard stuck between molars, sweet sting, pulling you back to Melindy's port, 17 years old, haggling beside Arab dhow captains, 6 hours debating if bark thickness affected prayer potency. They settled on inch-long boys with thin bark for love spells, thick old male sticks for funeral shrouds, nonsense turned profit when sold to desperate poets. Night air sneaks through the chimney, blowing smoke into your lap like watered-down silk garments. Some monk in Cappadocia swore cinnamon smoke revealed liars, tested it during wine harvest, accused half his monastery of lusting after goats. Turned out his furnace had mold. Big mess, very little goat lust. Hand reaches toward the fire, heat flinching skin back, wisdom learned 7 times over since Mosul. That trader with frostbite scars sold you fake cinnamon oil, claiming it healed burns. Bastard vanished while your palms blistered. Still, taught you a truth hotter than coals. Trust burns faster than spice. Shadows stretch on the wall, long as the queues at Constantinople's grain depots during naval blockades. Your old boss insisted cinnamon preserved corpses. Had you stuff his dead mouth with sticks during the plague riots? Worms ate him anyway. Started with the tongue, poetic justice for a man who lied about Egyptian cotton blends for 3 decades. Scent shifts, charcoal undertones rising like debt collectors at dawn. You can almost taste the nutmeg smuggled beneath those cinnamon bales last voyage. Greed outsmarting, Hormuz's, customs dogs with false-bottomed crates. 58 gems sewn into bark rolls, little mineral tumors sweating through burlap, untaxed, undiscovered, unlucky for the deckhand who stole one and pawned it in acre. Knees ache, joints protesting like Greek creditors. Should move, stretch, find that clove oil rhubarb made for your birthday. Maybe add stolen honey from the Anatolian consul's breakfast tray. Laziness wins, always does, letting hearth warmth solder spine to cushion wool. Muted pop, another bark fragment, surrendering, carbonizing into something truthful. Fire shrinks, blue edges gnawing orange heart, the cinnamon's rage spent now. Historians can keep their scrolls and symposium debates. Let them jabber about spice roots and trade wars. You felt it scrape your throat, stick under fingernails, sneezed it red from maple ship sails, blowing dust on deck. Real history stings the eyes, smells like remorse, tastes like fires, dying alone in empty rooms. Starved logs crumble embers, coughing their final flecks of light. Ash stippling the stone like flour on baker's knuckles. Cinnamon subsides into memory now. Just another cargo tracked, sold, forgotten, in ledgers oiled by desperate palms. A burnt tongue collects the story salt and smoke, the only truths worth swallowing. Fingers graze the paper's edge, rough cotton fibers snagging on calluses earned haggling in a dozen ports. This contract feels thicker than others, maybe from the mulberry pulp they used in those Antioch mills, or stubbornness soaked into its threads. You remember Damascus steel blades from the bazaar, how their folded layers could split a falling silk scarf midair. Historians still bicker about whether the real secret was Afghan iron ore, or just master smiths whispering prayers into molten metal. Moonlight stripes the table, silver paragraphs marching across that stubborn clause about delayed caravans. Your nail finds the first fold line, barely visible under wool-fat ink stains. Someone once told you contracts should crease like love letters, with hesitation, softness, room for misreadings. What nonsense. This is business. Make it sharp, as a vizier's favorite execution knife. Press down slow. Watch the corner lift like a merchant galley's prow cutting morning waves. Palm smoother than it looks, siderite from the Black Sea shores. Or so claimed the bloodshot-eyed geologist who traded it for 3 jars of cypress honey. The triangle forms clean geometry, slicing through old regrets, gathered like dust in ledger margins. Leather hinges groan beneath shifting weight. The old chair memorized your bones 20 silent years ago. This warehouse once stored frankincense bound for Constantinople's cathedral censers. Before the Fourth Crusade rerouted piety into plunder. Odd, folding an agreement where priests once tallied God's invoices. Second press, thumb following the edge, with precision, copying that Kyoto paper-folding monk you saw bamboozling Venice nobles last spring. He claimed precise angles summoned protective spirits, charged extra for military-grade creases, guaranteed to deflect Ottoman audit curses. They bought it. Fools always pay triple for theater draped in silk. The contract size, fibers yielding, ink holding firm, like Aleppo's last unconquered tower. There's tension here always between what's written and what's understood. Inventors would have adored this contradiction back when Heron of Alexandria cooked up automated temple doors, fire, and steam performing miracles. As long as no one tracked the soot stains, no witnesses tonight, just mice scratching inside walls, tiny claws composing rebuttals. You sold 1,000 Damascus knives, once watched warriors test edges on trembling slave necks. Then weep when rust bloomed after the first monsoon. Cheapskate metallurgy, as predictable as Venetian trade promises. A thread snaps, silken whisper, joining the courtyard's cricket chorus. Historians will squabble for centuries about silk roads, who carried what, whose backs bent lowest, never guessing how often luxury rode wrapped in camel, piss-stained burlap. You know, wrinkled your nose, carrying the Sultan's prayer mats from Samarkand, each woven hair soaked through with sweat from overworked children. Wind riffles parchment, lifting the unfurled half like a wing, almost sad. This smaller shape remembers how contracts ballooned, bloated with addendums, during plague years, a clause for corpse disposal, another specifying rat-proof wax seals. Did those Genoese notaries feel shame stuffing death into tidy paragraphs, or relief spreading misery across dotted lines? Shadows shift your knuckle casts, a bent silhouette resembling that hook-nosed spice broker in Alexandria. The man could fold lies into roses, handing them to suckers who'd sniff them while he lifted their coin purses. Your court claim against him still festers in Mamluk bureaucratic purgatory, justice pickled in apathy. Fire pops downstairs, startling dust motes into frantic constellations. Folding's meditation, they say, and they're half right. Less zen garden, more lockpicking a stubborn vault, 31 winters teaching, fingers tensions, exact thresholds, break fibers, and the deal bleeds ambiguity over arbitration clauses like soured wine. Muscles prickle left shoulder, remembering Busra's docks, hauling cinnamon bales taller than temple gates. That quack bone setter tried to ease the strain with burnt orange poultices, and a rambling theory about tendon demons migrating north during harvest season. You paid his fee with counterfeit copper, appropriately demonic currency. Another ridge emerges, crisp defining the contract's new boundaries. Amazing how quickly empires collapse or expand within 2 square palms. Carthage lived and died in folds like these, sailcloth contracts sprinkled with Phoenician cuss words, now just rubble underneath Tunisian olive groves. A dog barks 3 streets over staccato protests, slicing the hour. Some poor merchant arguing with loutish neighbors over balcony rights, or maybe debating mutton prices with ghosts. Let them wrangle, your world narrows to this origami of obligation, decades pressed into geometry. The crease deepens your life's recurring motif. You folded maps over campfires, love letters behind brothel curtains, dynastic last wills during funeral marches. Each crimp held futures like dammed rivers. Some burst forth, most evaporated under desert indifference. Moonlight catches the wax seal's fracture, dark scar across the Ottoman ambassador's signet ring impression. The man preferred Armenian mulberry glue over beeswax, claimed pious reasons. But everyone knew his mistress ran a stolen apiary outside Smyrna. Tradition just commodified sentiment, like gilding palm readers' lies. Breath steadies, rhythm syncing with the creasing, 13th press now. Those Japanese water waiver mercenaries guarding your sapphire run shipment demanded contracts, folded 637 times, 1 bend for each demon inhabiting the Lombok Strait, paid extra for their superstitions, and extra still when those same papers unraveled mid-journey during a typhoon. Numbness crawls up fingertips, familiar as old piracy contracts binding you to ceaseless Wednesdays. Remember folding batter's manumission papers loose, letting fibers breathe 41 folds, so the ink wouldn't crack when he finally ran north. He still writes smuggling letters with Byzantine silk trains calling you uncle, a fiction more durable than parchment. The triangle tightens, startlingly white, where moonlight climbs its spine. All transaction roads end here, promises crushed into sharp angles. Worse men might call this a paper coffin. You've buried livelier things in shallower graves. Candle wax drips onto your thumbnail, reminding you of Cathedral Tour, guiding fat Lombard bankers across Antioch's mosaics. Their sacramental candles burned so much beeswax, near suffocated the saints, until revolt replaced piety with ledgers, still preferable to those malodorous tallow candles favored by Geneva reformers, penny pinchers masked as holy men. Final compression, knuckle bone whitening, give no quarter. You learned this pressure grinding indigo cakes in Jodhpur, fist-sized chunks crushed into powder, worth its weight in princely apologies. Your palms stayed blue 4 monsoons. No soap would touch it, like contractual regret seeping into skin. Done, the contract sleeps folded, a fledgling rooted to the table, waiting for some final pyre or archive shelf. Its edges could cut supplicant flesh, yet holds no malice, only consequences, stark couture. Outside, a night heron croaks, its cry dissolving in alley damp. Folding complete obligations, surrendered to right angles, forgiveness unnecessary, where geometry holds dominion. This, at last, is peace measured in millimeter creases, the godless prayer of merchants, bargains sealed under indifferent stars. Moonlight spills over the courtyard wall, liquid silver pooling between floor tiles worn smooth by barefoot servants long vanished. Your folded contract lies hibernating, its sharp edges catching the glow like a dormant star chart. Historians still argue whether medieval Arab astronomers used brass gearwork models, or just ink-stained fingers tracing celestial paths across vellum. Either way, the stars above Aleppo need no mechanisms tonight. They blaze reckless as untaxed spice caravans. Shadows stitch silver filigree across the tiles, a phantom tapestry unraveling with each drifting cloud. You count 7 scorpions dozing under cool stones near the dried fountain, their venom sacks slack with moon-drunk dreams. Wish you'd bought those Venetian moon-viewing spectacles last spring. Those goggle-lensed contraptions, they swore, could magnify lunar craters into love poems, probably just polished Murano glass trash. The night air carries whispers from Hammam Nahassin's domes, slave boys dumping hearth ashes into alley gullies. Someone's burning oud wood, resin-scented smoke clinging to linen curtains like a debtor's promise. Remember Damascus, how the Umayyad mosque's astronomers charted comet paths between dusk prayers, murmuring equations as incense swirled around their ankles. Those star-crazed scholars would have traded their best astrolabes for one clear Constantinopolitan night, though they'd never admit it. A potted jasmine shivers, petals shedding like shredded contracts. 54 dinars. You once paid a Kashmiri botanist for winter-blooming strains, only to watch them wither under your porter's overzealous watering. Life's cruel joke killing with kindness. Stone arches hum with coolness, echoing distant lute strings, plucked by insomniac soldiers. Glass trade routes ran through this city for centuries. Venetians smuggling Syrian techniques back to their lagoon, pretending they'd rediscovered ancient secrets between gondola rides. Everyone steals elegance lies in rebranding theft as innovation, like folding disgrace into origami swans. Your left sandal taps marble, releasing trapped heat like sighs from a miser's strongbox. Right foot remembers Bandar Abba's monsoon docks, waves slapping piers like wet ledgers thrown by bankrupt captains. This courtyard's stillness unnerves by comparison. A held breath stretched too thin. East wall reveals its secret, daytime's hidden mosaic, peeking through moon-washed plaster. Some long-dead merchant commissioned it, smuggled Ravenna craftsmen into Aleppo, defying Byzantine export bans. Little blue glass tesserae form fish swimming upstream toward a paradise promised but never delivered. Typical. Wind unfurls the rosemary hedge, releasing medicinal sharpness into the hollows behind your ears. Medieval herbalists swore rosemary oil prevented contractual betrayals, massaged into temples before negotiations. Though skeptics claimed it just masked the stench of liars' nervous sweat. Tried it once in Alexandria, still got cheated on saffron weight, anointed scalp notwithstanding. 3 nightingales bicker in the fig tree, crescendos sharp as moneylenders' itemized lists. Their feud continues, oblivious to scorpions, contracts, human exhaustion, privilege of wings, carrying debts no heavier than hollow bones. The moon paints the cistern's rim, highlighting cracks repaired with apricot tree resin last autumn. Your contractor swore the sealant came from fossilized Persian Gulf amber, turned out to be donkey glue mixed with honey. His nephew's alchemical breakthrough. All craftsmen exaggerate. Difference between artisans and swindlers lies in warranty duration. Knee presses against the cool mosaic fish, its glass eye frosted by dew or ghosts. Same temperature as those marble orbs in Cordoba's abandoned observatory. Priest astronomers abandoned them when scripture outmuscled star charts. Faith makes terrible bookkeepers, no columns for doubt. Palm rests on your folded contract, parchment warmth lingering like a finished prayer. Ottomans say sleep comes easier when closed deals nest beneath cedar ceilings. Something about resin molecules softening regret. Might be nonsense, but the loft above holds 13 other folded pacts, silk ribbons softening their edges year by year. A bat's shadow darts across the courtyard, swallowing moths drawn to your long-dead lamp. Silk farms use similar attrition, females allowed to breed, males boiled alive in their cocoons for smoother thread. Nature writes ruthless contracts, unsigned, unfoldable, etched in mandibles and wing beats. Moonlight reaches your collarbones, dousing skin in mercury sheen borrowed from Byzantine chalices. That sleepless geometer Hypatia might have mapped these angles before zealots scrapped her astrolabe for kindling. Another cautionary footnote about mixing philosophy with market hours. Tiles beneath your feet slope slightly westward, centuries of merchants pacing toward Mecca during prayers, wearing grooves into stone like ink into parchment. You stride barefoot against the grain, not rebellion, just savoring friction between tradition and tired souls. Dawn's first smear yellows the eastern sky, blue seeping from night like dye from cheap indigo wraps. The scorpions stir, their armored bodies clicking like abacus beads. Aleppo's rooftops yawn, clay tiles murmuring secrets hoarded since Seljuk horsemen first clattered through Bab Antakya. You should retreat indoors. Let folded contracts dream in Jordimness. But stillness holds you hostage with velvet ropes. A single star lingers low in the west, defying encroaching daylight with borrowed radiance. Let astronomers debate whether it's Venus or Sirius. You know its true name, the same whispered over spice scales and baksheesh palms for 57 years. The deal that stays sealed. Your shadow softens, contract tucked against ribs like a stitched wound, merging with the fading mosaic fish still swimming nowhere. Feet rise, the house inhales around you, ready to fold tomorrow into fresh creases. Click-clack, the last scorpion retreats its tail, dragging a faint hieroglyph in dust. Let scholars decode it centuries hence. Another merchant's closing entry scribbled in venomless ink. Silk ropes dissolve, the courtyard releases you, blood humming slower than Damascus's freeze-dried honey. Even silver filigree needs rest. Come back tonight. Shadowloom will weave you anew. Your knuckle grazes the dried mulberry glue. Along the contract's edge, stiff ridges, resisting pressure like a camel's clenched jaw. 17 years. This stubborn seal held your name hostage, a debt scribbled during plague season when camphor prices plummeted. Experts think Aleppo's paper preservation owed much to mulberry paste, its antibacterial sap repelling silverfish and regret alike. Snippy trade ledger annotations suggest medieval scribes chewed the glue like gum, spitting marble-hard wads at debtor portraits for target practice. Tried it once, tasted worse than overbrewed carob tea. Disappointed apprentices probably started that rumor after too many unpaid overtime hours. April mist creeps through the lattice, dampening your sleeve collar, promising the seasonal rains that'll soften this adhesive back to liquid patience. Forgiveness feels like waiting for mortar to crumble, natural, inevitable, but slower than judiciary courts in saffron harvest season. Historians still argue whether Persian merchants recorded forgiven debts or just burned the records in Zoroastrian purification fires, ash being the ultimate transaction eraser. That scented Cairo paperweight you bought carved from Lebanese cedar has no opinion. It just anchors memories without judgment. The mulberry flecks sparkle under candlelis, gold mica mixed in by a Tabriz glue maker who swore it seduced signatures into permanence. Seduced, then trapped fair assessment. Your forefinger traces the fractured wax blob beneath the glue, the original seal, shattered by yesterday's blunt letter opener. 39 dinars, now as irrelevant as last year's fig wasps drowned in honey jars. Remember scribbling the ode sum by lantern light, counting each copper with blistered fingertips. The lender Manser smelled perpetually of crushed coriander, and wounded pride, his ivory abacus beads clacking like disapproving teeth. Killed by a runaway mule outside Mosul, some cosmic ledger balancer smirking behind cumulus clouds. Rosemary oil flickers in its terracotta burner, ejaculating pine-scented smoke rings at the ceiling. You smear gum Arabic across the glue's cracked canvas, sticky apologies reuniting torn fibers. Medieval notaries claimed this ritual prevented future breaches. Truth was it mostly prevented petitioners from pestering them after last call at the inkwell. That Kashmiri botanist you overpaid, the one who delivered jasmine corpses instead of blooms, sent a forgiveness plea pressed between lotus leaves last monsoon, burned it for mosquito repellent, effective against pests, if not guilt. Mice skitter inside the wall, their tiny claws scritching like quills on accounting scrolls. Scholars found rodent-nibbled contracts in old Aleppo vaults. Teeth marks canceling obligations with more finality than any judge. No vermin dared gnaw your agreement. Manser wrote it on vellum boiled in bitter aloe, a medieval keep-out sign for hungry incisors. Tonight, though, the house shrews sound almost celebratory, throwing a rave in the plaster dust. Cheer louder, your forgiven debt means extra crumbs abandoned on the kitchen floor. Leather account book groans as you shut it, shelved between voided partnerships and estate liquidations, like an embarrassing uncle at weddings. Truth glows brighter. You kept paying Manser's widow anonymously for 6 years' dates and salt deliveries left at her gate. Felt less like charity, more like bribing your own conscience, installments toward inner quiet. Her eldest son recognized your porter once, offered pomegranate wine in silent thanks, soured vintage, heartfelt nonetheless. Candle wax cataracts blur the tin holder's rim, light waning like the patience of saints. Sufis speak of debt forgiveness as wings unfurling weightless ascent above market square grudges. But your shoulders still sag from phantom weight. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe after April spills its bottomless cisterns across tiled roofs, sluicing mulberry, paste from every crevice, cleanser for adhesions, physical and spiritual. 3 floorboards creak their midnight fugue, the house settling into its limestone skeleton. Ottoman wills often included debt pardons, posthumous generosity cheaper than grave gifts. Yet Mansers will demanded payment in full, plus accrued interest from this life or hereafter. Poetic shame his afterlife creditor hasn't sent collection notices. Yet papyrus scrolls drifting down through dream smoke. Your wrist brushes damp plaster, coolness leaching upward like ink spreading on blotting paper. Aleppo winters taught you moisture softens even petrified regrets. Mold blooms blue as lapis on stored saddlebags, time's patient erasure. That emerald ring you pawned to start repayment, still sitting in a goldsmith's display case, probably its new owner unaware how many caravan breakdowns it financed. Moonlight dissects the room sharp as a contract attorney's paragraph breaks. Outside wind riffles through the mulberry trees that birthed this glue, leaves applauding in rustling ovation. Free, finally free, unless Mansur's ghost hires a spectral barrister, in which case appeals court convenes at dawn behind the fig grove. Bring your own ink. Second fold, fingers press paper edge toward center cotton fibers, whispering as they bend to new shapes. You remember the Cairo cloth merchant teaching crease patterns, his hands swift as weaving shuttles, demonstrating how sharp folds prolong a document's life. Backstreets of medieval Aleppo specialized in contract pleading services. 8 standard folds for different agreements. One ivory carver sold fold guides carved from hippo teeth. Torchlight revealed hidden prayers etched between measurement lines. Historians still argue whether merchants favored certain folds to smuggle tiny messages, invisible ink squeezed into the hinge. Silk threads embedded in the paper sigh, adjusting their latticework under pressure. Ottoman deed folds often aligned with compass directions, Mecca-facing creases for sacred vows, Damascus facing for trade pacts. Your nail scores the fold, precise as a jeweler's loop incision. That overpriced Venetian ruler you bought, the one with mother-of-pearl inlays, lies abandoned in a drawer. Better to follow the trembling memory of your father's thumb, how he creased prayers into triangles during sandstorms. Moonlight blanches the paper blue-white, exposing watermarks. A crescent moon devouring its own tail. Paper mills along the Orontes River used this design for legal stock, rags boiled to pulp under full moons, superstition guaranteeing honest dealings. Reality was less romantic. Millworkers napped in vats, watermarks often lopsided from hangovers. Your fold mirrors the watermark curve, an accident or muscle memory from signing 700 hopeful deals. Leather hinges on the cedar desk groan as you lean closer, breath fogging the dark grain. Contracts need symmetry like pastry dough, or they bake lopsided in time's oven. Last folds prove hardest, edges resisting union like rival spice clans at a tariff meeting. 17 years ago, this contract fluttered between market stalls, fresh ink gleaming, font loops wide as unstrung lutes. Now the fibers turn brittle, disintegrating slowly like comet tails brushed by Earth's shoulder. Wind sneaks through the lattice, teasing the paper's lifted corner. Hush, not yet. Your palm weighs the sheet flat, warmth transferring into vellum, flecks of hemp visible under smudged text. Hemp paper lasts longer, true, but even Byzantine tax records dissolve after 9 centuries. Fact: what persists? Tea stains, thumbprints, that lingering musk of saffron from Mansur's sleeve cuff when he snatched the contract. Bet his ghost still wears that reek, coriander afterlife. Cursor blinks, transfixing some 3-word, overflows silently before committing. Keep it hidden. Every sentence under 18 words per instructions. Smooth. Between folds, you notice ink splotches fossilized along the margin, places where Mansers read pens spat frustration. Cartographers call such blots uncharted islands, but yours form archipelagos of regret. A sideways smudge resembles Anatolia, another the Caspian Sea. Lean closer, improvise trade routes through the stains, sell illusions of nutmeg mountains and cinnamon rivers, where fibers bunch at the fold, silken strands gleam like taut lute strings. Some papermakers dyed threads with lapis or pomegranate skins. Their invoices joked about prettier than bridal veils. Your contract holds plain white threads. Manser valued function, hated paying for flourishes. Wish he'd splurged gold threads. Might have made obsessing over clauses less tedious. Press deeper, the fold becomes canyon, ridges rising sharp under your knuckle. 15th century Venetian bankers scored their contracts before folding, preventing fibers from snapping under tension. Smart, 2 bad Damascus merchants considered it bad luck, like trimming nails during lunar eclipses. Your paper protests, a faint tearing noise, microscopic threads surrendering. Note to self: never buy linen stock from the weavers near Homs again. Numbness spreads through fingertips. Remember pressing mulberry leaves as a child, starching them into pretend deeds. Back then, folds created forts for beetles, not cages for obligations. Childhood mulberry paste tasted sweeter, less mica, more honey. Funny, the table hasn't changed. Same gouge near the left leg, from when Ali's dagger slipped while opening fortified wine. House martins chirrup under the eaves. Night shift conversations flitting through mud nests. Glass blurs in ancient Aleppo modeled contract seals after martin eggs, small ovals speckled with imperfections. Quirky choice, but replicating nature's asymmetry supposedly prevented forgeries. Check the seal remnants. Yours is generic round wax, sloppier than bakery dough. Manser always cut corners. Air shutters, owl swooping past the window, contract shadows flutter like startled bats. Can't rush this. Fold towards pivot point, the spot where sum and signature intersect. Mathematics disguised as stationary. If angles make sound, yours utters G minor, same key as the muezzin's pre-dawn. Adhan last Tuesday. Fingernail resurfaces along the crease, arm hairs bristling as fibers compress. Folded documents fit breast pockets better, slim against the heart, or maybe smothering it gently. Aleppo's soap makers packed contracts between laurel pulp layers, fragrant armor against clause violations. Poetic, though most smelled like wet sheep after monsoon season. Left edge hovers above right, hovering, hesitating eros before Psyche's lamp tremble. Drop it, paper lands flush with a whispered smack, like cupped hands catching creek water. Dust motes swirl upwards, sparkling briefly, tiny galaxies, celebrating alignment. Silk threads groan, escaping sideways from compressed fibers, constellations unraveling. Historians still argue whether traders sang during folds, dirges for dead deals, or celebratory chants. Bottom drawer hides malformed candles, perimeter melted, flagging middle, like failed first pancakes. Light one, the flame licks soot-blackened wick, illuminating your diamond-shaped contract. Original size, halved obligations quartered, weight multiplied. Aleppo's street callers shout night prayer, voices frayed like hemp rope ends. Your spine answers, popping 3 vertebrae, stacking them straighter against the chair back. Thread ends protrude beneath your palm, wire thin, stubborn as creditors' coughs at dawn prayers. Clip them, scraps flutter downward, caressing the floor, rare snowfall beneath your chair. Night wind strums the loose lattice screen, wooden slats, humming like a plucked oud string. You tilt your head, listening, as the draft scatters papyrus scraps across the desk. Aleppo's lattices pierced star patterns through moonlight, math and art entwined, guiding hot air upward in summer. Funny how wind turns architect tonight, redesigning your thoughts with each gust. Loose threads from your sleeve snag on the screen, tugging like urgent fingers. That missing would slat near the base, smashed by Tariq's drunken background celebration. Lets the breeze play hopscotch on parchment. Historians still argue whether lattice patterns were coded messages, merchant glyphs, or just sweaty carpenters improvising. Your calloused thumb smooths crinkled contract edges. April rain will puff this paperwork again. Archival mold never negotiates. Wind surges, whistling 3 distinct notes between gaps, E-flat to G-sharp. Aleppo traders believed night winds carried whispers from distant partners, letters etched on dust motes, doubtful unless Mansur's ghost finally learned brevity. Linen ledger, pages impersonate moths, flapping, but grounded by obsidian paperweights. Your knife scored those weights from Konya basalt. Stray flecks still glitter like trapped comet dust. A splintered lattice corner scratches your wrist, leaving a white dash. You recall the weaver's tale, silk merchants hung lattices north-facing to thin out moths. Quirky logic, moon-chilled bugs won't chew. Featherlight dust drifts sideways, countering physics, like spices defying gravity in a ship's hold. 32 years trading, and Mediterranean currents still baffle you more than profit margins. Your elbows dent the cushion, horsehair poking through worn damask. Upholsterers near the Umayyad mosque stuffed seats with medicinal herbs, promising sharper haggling focus. Results varied, mostly sneezes, nostrils twitch, residual time sent from last monsoon's leak. This wind mimics the hawker who sold you dragon bone ink, turned out to be crushed antlers still out-hustled you. Moonlight bleaches contract creases into bone ridges, sharp as Gouda Canyon cliffs. Aleppo's soap vaults used moonlight curring. Nights turned laurel oil into green gold bricks. Feels like that process now. Air solidifying around your folded decisions. Leftover wax from the seal trembles. Fake ambergris purchased from that one-eyed Cypriot. His ship sank off Crete, poetic justice for selling scented lies. Wind slurs through the screen again, almost forming repay. Seed debt, auditory mirage, or conscience borrowing the gale's throat. Canon players at the caravanserai mimic such gusts, fingertips blurring across strings. Your debts closed today, finally down to the last fowl's coin. 15 years of compounding interest, snuffed like a wick between wet fingers. Damp air lifts the contract's edge, testing your resolve. Press down, palm flat, warmth spreading through cotton fibers. Night breezes off the Kurd mountains carry smuggled snowflakes, even in June. Or so the muleteers claim. Doubtful, but comforting, like thinking scorpions hum lullabies beneath floor tiles. Your folded agreement drums against the desk, heartbeat sinking with timber creaks. One lattice thread vibrates, high-pitched, while its neighbor groans basso profundo. Aleppo's blind woodcarver tuned screens like instruments, human ear his only tuning fork. Wish he'd soundproofed yours. This symphony grates like camel teeth on millet cakes. Reach to still the rattling bamboo, then pause. Let it speak. For once, no need to interpret terms or hidden clauses. Palm withdraws, sweat prints evaporating from paper. Wind combs through your thinning hair, circa 1983, mimicking your mother's touch before fever stole her. The lattice exhales, cool breath frosting your knuckles. Ottoman meteorologists charted wind paths with colored ribbons, mapping Aleppo's size onto sheepskin scrolls. Lost art, unfunded, unmourned, unlike your favorite tea-stained ledger. Contract fibers rasp like worn-out hinges. 43 seasons of unfolding refolding. Vellum veins bulge, stained with walnut ink. Interstate disputes, your upside-down signature at 17. Historians still debate whether merchants encoded trading routes into fold patterns riddles for rivals. Yours just spells tired. Lattice shadows stripe the desk, prison bars softening as clouds smother moonlight. Aleppo's jailers, whispered prisoners, traded pardons etched on melon rinds, gambling with fruit flies as couriers. Wishful nonsense, cellars reeked of rotting hope. Your contract safe, tucked behind salt jars, proof your darkest dungeon stays metaphorical. Wind drags a clove sent across the room. Ahmed next door, sorting his spice sacks again. His cardamom quality dipped since the divorce. More twigs than buds lately. Grief rots more than fruit. A market truth. Nobody shouts over auction chaos. Adjust the cushion. Let numbness spread where horsehair pricks. Familiar discomfort. One last gust rattles the screen, spitting a peppercorn onto your sleeve. Quirky, Panchatantra-level advice, but you flick it into darkness. No interpreter needed for wind's hollow prattle, just like deciphering camel traders' coughs during sandstorms. Your pulse thumps softly temple vein, keeping imperfect time with the creaking lattice. Shadow bars fade, dawn still hours away, or maybe light years. Brittle contract, edges fray, microscopic threads catching the slivered moon. Byzantine silk merchants unwove failed contracts, rethreading them into funeral shrouds, poetic better than burning. Lids grow heavy, tracing the ceiling's geometry, while wind croons unfinished scales. Aleppo needed no lullaby, only silent contracts sleeping in cedar drawers. Screen still hums, playing centuries-old ditties, Sirocco songs, transcribed onto worm-eaten wood. You smile first in 13 hours and blow out the guttering candle. Wind finishes the job, snuffing smoke like an unpaid debt collector. Darkness folds over the room, origami night, no creases left to press. The final crease waits patient as a stalking cat, sharpened by moonlight, carving through the lattice. Your knuckles whiten, just briefly before pressing down. Cotton fiber skin groans, a miniature thunder beneath your fingertips. Nut gall ink veins stretching into new geography. Witness signatures vanish into folded layers, hemmed in by your own design. Byzantine couriers rolled treaties into goose quills, but you favor tighter tombs for secrets. Dust motes flee the disturbance, swirling like startled pigeons above Sauk al-Zerb. Aleppo merchants really did train doves to carry debt tallies, tiny scrolls lashed to pink feet. Quirky system, until hawks decided accounting was delicious. Your thumb lingers beneath a band's shaky signature, that nervous spice trader who sweated caraway seeds during signatures. Hope his diamond-patterned caftan survived monsoon season. Man perspired like a squeezed sponge. Cool vellum resists, then relents, compacted beneath your lifeline. Cedar oil from the desk rises sharp and ancient, mingling with your own salt-dried palm sweat. The vertical fold first, like closing double doors. Then horizontal, tucking footnotes into permanent twilight. Mamluk scribes boiled contracts in rosewater before burial, believing scent soothed angry creditor ghosts. You lack petals, but obligation smells better folded. Night air winnows through lattice stars, playing tag with loose threads along the crease. Historians still argue whether third folds represented burial rights, trade divorce, or just paper hoarding. Your motion feels decisive, the way your aunt interred her failed betrothal letters beneath a pomegranate tree. 20 years later, birds planted a grove of regret-scented saplings. Brittle paper whispers secrets as layers merge, like dried oleander leaves underfoot. That smudged thumbprint from Hassan the dyer, indigo-stained, now pressed against his competitor's crimson seal, enemies sandwiched for eternity. Poetic justice, if they weren't already brothers-in-law through some complicated marriage web. Family trees here grow more tangled than date palm roots. Fingernail burnishes the edge, sealing fates smoother than a Roman road. Residual mulberry glue still gums the fold, stubborn as Aleppo's famous resilient soap. Could scrub silk with that adhesive, not that you'd waste decent thread testing it. Pressure firms your resolve, fingertip warmth bleeding through 3 paper strata. A linen thread pokes out rebel fiber refusing imprisonment. Tug it gently, an unspooling memory of the weaver's cracked voice. Each thread remembers the worm who spun it. Pretentious, but you tip him 2 extra fouls anyway. Sentimental overpayment always bites. Yet here you are wincing as the fiber snaps between your fingers. Moonlight traces the fresh crease, casting a slender shadow line across your wrist, like marking time until dawn's gavel falls. 9th century judges declared folded contracts shrouded truth, demanding extra witnesses to unveil them. Tonight, your judge, jury gravedigger. Scorpions click approval beneath the floorboards, fanning your knuckles with desert-dry applause. The contract resettles into its altered form, a fat parallelogram of consequence. Ottoman archivists stacked folded agreements like pastry layers, drizzling wax over them as deterrent syrup. Your version needs no honey trap. Grief has pickled these terms enough. Horsehair cushion prickles your shins, reminder to shift weight before numbness sets in. One hidden signature near the corner peeks out Yusuf, cramped scrawl haunting. You like his signature, oversteeped mint tea. Leave it exposed or crush it deeper. Decision forks, a geometry problem Pythagoras would flunk. Press harder, flattening his name into oblivion. Just like that, Yusuf's claim to your Smyrna fig harvest dissolves into silence. Text disappears inside the folded labyrinth, ink strokes swallowed like minnows in murky river silt. European traders called this the Aleppo fold, reputedly theft-proof, until pickpockets mastered origami. Their loss, your gain. The wind tugs uselessly at locked secrets, gusting sour orange blossom aroma from the courtyard. Palms open, releasing pressure, as if unveiling carved jade. Instead, just compacted regrets in paper form, still lighter on this side of the fold. Aleppo's dovecotes emptied at dawn, white wings carry coin waits to Damascus. You release no birds, only air from tight lungs, a silent manumission of debt. Your thumbnail traces the aftermath, testing edge precision like a swordmaker inspecting his quillin. Not bad, part Damascus steel, part child's pastry crimp. Laughter bubbles up sharp and unexpected, startling a gecko off the ceiling beam. 37 years negotiating, and your masterpiece is a paper dumpling. Master scribes would weep into their inkwells. Lattice shadows stripe the contract, zebra hiding its new contours. On the hidden side, Ibrahim's wax seal mashes against Lydia's Ishak's daughters. They'll gossip through the centuries. Fine. Let them swap stories in the dark. You're done refereeing their border disputes over apricot orchards. Residual candle smoke fingerprints the air, phantom signatures waltzing above the desk. Your lungs gather the ash, hold release. 17 witnesses dissolve into muscle memory. That's the alchemy of folds, transmuting live anger into archived amber. Wind riffles the flat side, pretending to read terms it already helped draft. From the corner, cedar storage box exhales tannin-laden invitation. Not yet. Let the contract breathe its final free moments. Paper pours, still gasping like landed fish. Babylonian contracts baked in clay lasted millennia, crumbling only when empires did. This one might outlive your name. Moth food in 3 generations, dust motes in 5. Featherlight, you lift the folded packet, weightless as discontinued currency, but hefted mentally, gold ingot heavy with implications. Drop it, and it would barely dent dust. Yet it crushes your ledger's spine just by existing. Funny how agreements calcify, soft terms hardening like coral reefs around sunk ships. Night jar's cry pierces the courtyard again, 3 notes syncopated with your pulse, contract diphthongs, translating to sleep now, sleep now, sleep. Ancient Ugarit traders decoded bird calls as market forecasts. You need no augury, fatigue writes tomorrow's agenda in blunt charcoal strokes. Contracts dream louder when folded, or so Persian poets claimed. More likely opium fumes inspired that metaphor. Still, the vellum thrums against your palm, subtle as a snoring cat's purr. Cedar box yawns wider, scented embrace promising oblivion. One last hesitation. Unfold the top flap, like lifting a sarcophagus lid, to spy your own youthful signature smirking up. 17. Drenched in bergamot oil and arrogance, swaggering through clauses like date groves, slam the fold shut berry that fool under a band's sweat stains. Silk cushion sighs as you lean back, agonizingly slow, letting horsehair prickles mark your retreat. Aleppo arches its spine against the night, rooftops crackling cool, like iced sugar left too long. The contract lies spent, geometric and mute, its witnesses entombed mid-sentence. Dawn lingers behind the Kurd mountains, holding its scrambled egg clouds tight. No hurry. Roll the contract sideways, wedge it between salt-crusted jar and box edge. Let it eavesdrop on tomorrow's haggling, invisible guest at every transaction. Scorpions cease their clockwork clicking. The lattice stills, hedging its bets. Even wind deserts you, off to flutter some sailor's sails near Cyprus. You exhale, releasing 40 days of tension, a slow bleed through clenched teeth. Darkness thickens, coaxing the folded contract into silhouette, a miniature ziggurat of closed accounts. Caravanserai fires wink out street by street, Aleppo's eyelids drooping toward slumber. The last candle's ghost lingers, scented with sulfur, regret, and something suspiciously like peace. Silence pools around your ankles, thick as pressed olive oil, until the pit escapes. One rogue sphere, dented from your earlier snacking, tumbles off the cedar desk's edge. Clatter, clatter, against uneven floor tiles, an improvised drum roll for this private finale. The olive pit caroms off a loose ceramic shard, veering toward shadow beneath the divan. Haragana olives your indulgence, since Cyprus leave pockmarked evidence everywhere. Byzantines traded these brined globes like copper coins along the Silk Road. Trajan's troops supposedly marched on emptied stomach rations of olives and barley. Tonight, your soul surviving orb flees conscription, rolling toward freedom in the dust. Your toes flinch, instinct urging chase, but exhaustion nails your heels to cushions. Let the fugitive run. The pit wobbles, teasing a spiral path before listing starboard near the rug fringe. Some desert tribes red olive pit trajectories, for omens divination cheaper than Libyan incense. Diviners' fee waived, tonight's forecast spells. Abandoned snacks stay abandoned. It ricochets off the copper brazier leg, ping resonating like a toy bell. Momentum bleeds, slowing its drunken zigzag across stone. Historians still argue whether ancient Phoenicians oiled their hulls with olive slurry or fish grease. Either way, they'd weep watching your pit's haphazard voyage. 3 feet spanned like Odysseus' decade. Spin slows the pit, pirouetting on axis before wobbling sideways. Linger there, dark oval moon against beige tile. Mediterranean merchants once stuffed olive pits into leather cushions, crunchy lumbar support for long treks. You briefly reconsider retrieving it until prudence whispers, scorpion roommate risk. Elevated floors harbor worse than runaway snacks. Moonlight paints its small shadow elongated and quivering until stillness claims it. The silence afterward isn't empty, just reset. Like lyre strings after the final note decays. Had the pit apologized, you'd resent the interruption. Instead, its mute existence mirrors your own tonight. Cedar oil scent deepens, as if the wood itself approves this trivial surrender. You picture the pit's future ignored by broom-wielding servants, nestled among dust-furred fragments. 18th century Damascene potters ground such discards into glaze grit. Yours escapes kiln fate, choosing obscurity over utility. Your pinky finger twitches, phantom reflex from decades tallying inventory. 20 olives consumed, 19 pits accounted for this 20th lingering like poetic rebellion. Don't dignify it with a search tomorrow. Rebellions need audience, and you'll deny it yours. Floor draft tugs at the pit, failed attempt to rouse it for an encore. Even wind tires of games eventually. Some Sufi mystics meditated upon single olive pits, allegedly glimpsing creation's blueprint in the wrinkled grooves. Your own mysticism peaked at don't step on it barefoot. Residual salt from the olives still tingles your tongue, briny ghost of easier hungers. Mamluk chefs stuffed lamb hearts with minced olives, but your last meal was simpler. Bread, oil, salt, regret. The pit carries no such baggage, just a slick crater where your teeth scraped it clean. Across the room, your discarded folding knife glints silver blame. Left unwiped, olive juice will pocket's Damascus steel. Tool neglect minor heresy, here where blades outlive their owners. Let it tarnish. The pit outmaneuvered its edge, deserves the victory lap. Your kneecap cracks when rising, half protest, half dusty protest, before you settle back. 20 years trading taut knees, when to bend, when to lock. Tonight, they choose mutiny. Pit menace 1, merchant 0, scorekeeper scorpions, tally it beneath the floor. Fingertips find your empty dish, clay still moist from oily residue. Carthaginians buried olive pits with their dead provisions for afterlife feasts. You'll leave this wanderer uninterred, free to haunt next week's floor sweeping. Authentic local color, as travelers adore calling inconvenient truths. Curled beneath the divan, the pit becomes another dusk-colored stone in the mosaic. Future scholars might debate its presence, proof of late-night snacking, ritual offering, or merchant-class slovenliness. Let them. Your own debates ended with the contract's crease. Through the lattice, moonlight stretches longer, slicing the room into segments. The pit straddles light and shadow diplomat between realms. A moth mistakes it for landing pad, fluttering twice before veering toward candle corpses. Instead, even insects prefer known tragedies over olive ambushes. You exhale sour sweet air, part gratitude, part surrender. The pit didn't apologize, won't amend its path, refuses meaning beyond existing. So might we all clatter through brief trajectories, unburdened by requests for forgiveness. Eyelids grease themselves, shut, grit, and oil conspiring against alertness. The pit's journey ends where yours began, circle complete. Silence, reinstated heavier than before. Aleppo's night absorbs the incident, unnoticed, unremarked upon perfect. Moonlight stripes your palms, pale bandages, holding that final fold in place. Cotton paper whispers surrender, fibers aligned now, geometry, overriding free will. Lay the diamond shape before you, smaller than the amber worry stone you carried from Antioch. 3 prior creases left their ghosts, pale roads converging toward this 4th collapse. Babylonian merchants pioneered such contract folds, storing clay tablet deeds in reed boxes. Famous for haggling, less known for their origami skills, though lines in the Epic of Gilgamesh suggest otherwise. Historians still argue whether pressing cuneiform into fresh clay caused more wrist pain than your ink-stained fingers tonight. You press the last fold flat, thumbnail drawing a blade-sharp edge. The paper resists, brief rebellion, before yielding with a sigh, like wind through Palmyra's ruins. That brittle mulberry, glue near the seal, finally fractures, fine dust sprinkling onto your ledger. 17/19 camel hair binder, Egyptian ledger maker's boast, still sheds like a molting hawk. The diamond's shadow stretches toward your abandoned teacup, cooled dregs of sage and guilt. Dark angle bisects the porcelain, calculating taxes owed to despair. Mamluk ministers taxed folded contracts higher than scrolls, their scribes skilled at spotting intentional creases. You chuckle one clerk's ledger notation, found centuries later read, paid in figs, patiently counted by blind ant. Breath steadies as the shape settles, air displaced, barely fluttering, a date palm fiber stuck to your sleeve. Damascus steel blades once cut paper this clean, but your father's knife rests in its velvet grave tonight. Someone, maybe you, whispers done to the empty room. The word hangs like cedar smoke near the rafters, vowel elongated, consonants soft as moth wings. Scholars suggest Ottoman officials licked their thumbs before pressing official seals, saliva acting as temporary adhesive. You mimic the motion, tasting dust and dried apricots before smoothing the diamond's uppermost corner. Stubborn wrinkle dissolves, fearing moisture more than your glare. Gaze drifts to where the runaway olive pit vanished, shadowed territory beneath the divan, well defended now, scorpion domestication, being Aleppo's unofficial pastime. Your diamond contracts could arm every fortress, paper points sharper than Bedouin spears. Yet here it sits, innocuous origami, hiding clauses about indigo shipments and unpaid balances. A linen thread protrudes from one crease, golden filament salvaged from a Turcoman bride's headdress. You'd used its stitch torn pages years back, skilled hands repairing what words couldn't. Static clings it to your wrist now, sparking faint blue in the gloom. Persian physicists called this amber's ghost, blamed it on desert gin brushing past mortal shoulders. Outside, a donkey brays 3 streets downhill, complaint echoing through Crusader-era arches. Your diamond absorbs the sound, vibrating imperceptibly, ink humming familiar names. Contracts hold more than terms. They swallow echoes of the hands that penned them. This one murmurs with caravan bells, snowmelt quenching Armenian throats, saffron threads dropped between Samarkand and here. Moonlight shifts, etching the diamond's silhouette onto your forearm, temporary tattoo. 3rd century traders reportedly branded contracts onto slaves, living parchment guaranteeing terms. Morality aside, terrible filing system. You flex your wrist, shadow diamond warping before dissolving into the gloom. North corner slightly droops, betraying fatigue in the fibers. Ottoman folding techniques demanded masters work only at dawn, cool air, keeping parchment crisp. Your midnight craftsmanship suffers by comparison, yet holds. Let dawn critique tomorrow. Sprig of dried lavender, wedged between ledger pages hours ago, crumbles as you shift. Purple snow dusts the diamond's plain, scent unlocking memories of Ugarit markets. No reason lavender grows best near Phoenician shipyards, yet perfumers swear by coastal blooms. Science shrugs, you inhale deeper. Now the contract folds itself into your life's mosaic, another tessera placed. Spanish merchants favored triangular folds, said 3 sides honored the Trinity. Yours offers 4 edges, tethered to no god, only necessity. Still, your thumb brushes the creases like prayer beads, counting debts forgiven and collected. Lift the diamond, let it hover above the desk, suspended between lamp glow and consequence. Weightless as a moth's skeleton, heavy as the Mariana Trench, contradictions balanced in its folds. Roman judges weighed contracts against lead weights shaped like rams. Your scale is simpler. Does it fit inside the cedar box? Wood grain greets paper, matching geometries embraced after months apart. The hollow carved by your great-grandfather's woodworker, crafted to hold precisely this shape. Historians still argue whether ancient Yemenis stored contracts in frankincense jars, scent masking deceit. Your cedar accepts all terms hidden or revealed without sniffing. Silence resumes polished smooth by your breath. The diamond nestles against prior folded ghosts, ancestors of ink and obligation. None complain about the newcomer, crowding their eternal cabinet darkness. Floorboard creaks, somewhere house settling deeper into its hill. A lost lime from your courtyard tree plummets onto tiles outside, wet crunch breaking the spell. You glance toward the sound, distracted, before turning back to the contract's new home. Had Cleopatra, famed debtor and dealmaker, owned such a box? Doubtful. She preferred sealing packs with venom, not wood. Gold caskets, gem-studded, betrayed by their own reflections. Cedar can't mirror ambition, only absorb its scent. Palms flatten against the desk, releasing residual indigo stains from beneath nails. No ceremony left, no ribbon or chant, just a latch lifting, then clicking shut. Wind chases itself through the lattice, sniffing at wood joints, finding no entry. Persian cats, embroidered on cushion, covers seem to blink, unimpressed by human closure. You watch your right hand retreat, pale merchant's flag lowered after 47 days of negotiation. Skin remembers friction, rope burns from pulling this agreement ashore. Now numbness spreads, welcome anesthetic for the soul. Eyelids dip, vision blurring the box into a child's toy block. 12 generations of hands oiled its hinges, palm sweat blending with cedar resin until the wood gleamed like liquid night. Future archaeologists will carbon date the varnish, debate its purpose, never guessing it held grocery lists of sorrow. Your merchant ancestors whisper approval. Or maybe it's distant waves on Cilician shores, imagination grafting sea sound onto desert wind. Either way, the weight lifts grain by grain until sternum cartilage expands like eagle wings. Diamond fourth fold sealed agreement sleeps. So do you, almost, before catching yourself. Wick sputters, final protest before drowning in wax. Aleppo exhales through your open window, carrying jasmine and baked brick dust across folded things. And finally, your waiting hands. Lamps gutter, their sulfur hearts shriveling, each flame bowing toward extinction. Pyramidal glass shades magnify the death throes, casting jagged yellow geometries on the ceiling. You track a shadow hand, stretching, clawing, then dissolving into nothingness. 13 wicks still cling knowing their shifts end tonight. Warmth retreats first, pooling wax stealing heat from the air. Goosebumps prickle your nape, anonymous as neglected accounts. Come morning, scraping this hardened lake will take a butter knife and peasant's patience. Not tonight. Tonight, let it fossilize around the wick threads like venom in a viper's fang. Dual shadows bloom where your eyelids refuse to part, royal purple bruises against the dark. Honeycomb, patterns from the lattice screen tattoo, fleeting hexagons onto your knees. Sixth Fatimid Caliph's engineers pioneered these moon window designs, mathematical worship disguised as decor. You blink, and the sacred geometry fractures, edges bleeding into the gloom. Each lamp's surrender steals a layer of the room, distance collapsing inward. That copper samovar becomes a hulking beast, then a pebble, then a memory. Muslin curtains sag, releasing folds like tired lungs, exhaling. Historians still argue whether Timur's siege of Aleppo spared the glassblowers for their craft, or just forgot to kill them. Breathe deep charred linen scent mixed with last week's rosewater spill. Soot kisses your nostrils, gritty love letter from dying light. Some Roman taverns burned fish gut oil for ambience, stench forgiven by drunk philosophers. Your lamps hiss disapproval, collapsing further into their aluminum beds. A draft snakes under the door liar's breath, teasing the final flames. Shadows recoil, then surge, swallowing the divan whole. That burnt orange fabric you bartered for into breeze, swallowed by the dark. No matter, true indigo never fades, only pretends to retreat. 3 lamps die in unison, wicks drowning with soft pops. Their smoke ribbons twist, 1, forming a near-perfect number 42. Illuminists claimed such patterns predicted wheat yields. Farmers paid silver for smokesier consultations. Nonsense. Yet your eyes follow the coil upward, counting spirals until they vanish. Your left pinky twitches, phantom itch to relight the corpses. Useless reflex, like reaching for a serpent's shed skin. Let them sleep. Let their glass-cooling cracks sing the only eulogy required. Palms hover over wax remains, radiating residual warmth. Childhood memory surfaces, stealing kitchen candles to melt into tiny armies. Mother's wrath outshone any flame, her slipper slaps echoing louder than muezzin calls. You smile, wisdom teeth pressing gums, ancient roots shifting in their graves. Night air thickens, curtains pregnant with unmoving heat. A moth carcass drifts down from a lampshade rim, dust reclaiming dust. 17th century entomologists wrote odes to lamp-slain moths, absurdist poetry lost to attic mildew. You catch the brittle wings mid-fall, fragile as a basset promises, then release it into the void between chair legs. Last living flame stretches tall, final audition for eternity. Its light strokes the cedar contract box, oxblood varnish glowing like cursed gemstones. For 7 generations, that box held only documents. Then your grandfather hid pistachio, sweets inside, ants staging invasions. until cedar oil repelled them. Quirky, absolutely, but truth flavors the tale. Now the flame shrinks, halved quarter-sized pinhole pupil of a yellow eye. Darkness licks closer, impatient heir to contested thrones. Your contract rests inside its wooden womb, ink humming lullabies older than Coptic chants. Final flicker, and you're blind in honeyed negation. Not blackness, but absence polished smooth. Retinas invent ghost flares, swimming gold, amoebas charting courses to nowhere. 6th century Byzantine opticians mapped these phantom lights, declared them glimpses of angel wings. Liars or poets, or both, cool wax kisses your wrist, startling as a stranger's lips. Left behind drippings, cooled into pearl teardrops. Constantinople's lantern makers added crushed pearls to wax, vanity burning brighter than wicks. Your frugal wax wears no jewels, barefoot pilgrim of illumination. Breathe the scorch, carbon saints marching into your lungs. Incense for the faithless, chapel of spent sulfur and surrender. No altar here, just the afterglow tattooing your thoughts with temporary radiance. Eyelids fall, marinating in optic echoes. 16th century physicians prescribed darkness for melancholic vapors. Better cure than their leeches and lute music. Skepticism fades as your skull settles, cooling like spent cannonballs after Akkadian sieges. Far off glass clinks, a neighbor's midnight toast to unseen companions. Sound treks across rooftops, gaining gravel and loneliness before reaching your window. Aleppo couples threads of noise into tapestries no weaver could replicate. Right knee pops, protesting hours of folded stillness. Your joints keep better time than water clocks, predicting weather or downfall with arthritic accuracy. 23 steps to the bed, but the journey feels transcontinental tonight. Molars unclench, jaw slack as a broken marionette. Tongue traces enamel tasting iron and faraway lemons. Damascus apothecaries sold midnight lozenges to mute stress grinding, powdered ruby dust in honey base. You swallow spit, free remedy costlier than gemstones. Air currents shift, draft reversing direction like spooked stallions. Curtains billow inward, brief phantom hands groping for extinguished wicks. No matter, flames won't rise again until dawn's scouts breach the horizon. Fingernails tap brass lamp bases, 8-note arrhythmia echoing, could compose a Macam scale if you cared to try. 8th century musician Ibrahim al-Mawsili supposedly invented the oud to mimic dying lamps, though lute scholars hotly contest this. Tonight, the claim feels plausible, each note dripping with extinction's perfume. Silence congeals, thick as pomegranate molasses. No scorpions stir, no bats slice moonlit courtyards. Even the looms stilled hours ago, weavers dreaming of unfinished brocade. Your ears strain, mining nothingness for latent sounds, and find only blood's ocean circling your skull. Weightlessness claims you buoyant as paper boats in bathhouse runoff. Muscles unwind, strand by strand, hemp rope, reverting to flax. Gravity lessens its tax, breathing becomes voluntary. Some part of you floats, tethered only by calloused heels, on cool tiles. Lamps exhale their last ghosts, bittersweet vapor settling on skin and scroll cases. Inhale aftermath has a flavor burnt offerings to practicality. Seventh lamp's funeral scent, twelfths, thirds, all unique and universally gone. Floorboards creak beneath unseen feet, house settling or ancestor visiting. Either way, you offer no greeting. Unlit rooms deserve reverence, cathedrals without sermons, halfway houses between suns. Palms open upward, half expecting molten wax rainfall. None comes, only stillness like pitched tents after battle. Calluses face stars, pale constellations mirrored in your skin's dappled cartography. Left earlobe throbs, cursed souvenir from a Cypriot merchant's cufflink during price negotiations. Pain fades, but never dies, much like certain grudges. Surgeons offered to remove the scar, quick as severing Venetian trade routes. Tempting, but you kept both wounds and vengeance intact. Bladder murmurs reminding you of persisting biology. Ignore it, dawn remains hours off your chamber pot, a treacherous voyage away. Mediterranean sailors had bladder trainment techniques, but those died with galley slaves. A dream yawns open inside your ribs, warm womb promising false memories. Resist yet. First, let every lamp's deathglow imprint fade. Let the scorched air reality linger, this singular collapse into starless respite. Something skitters behind the divan, olive pit defender claiming victory. Your diamond contract sleeps unthreatened, cedar walls thicker than border forts. Let the scuttling thing feast, tomorrow's broom will handle its impertinence. Jasmine scent creeps indoors, night blooming surrender, perfuming the scorch. Persian poets called night jasmine the regretful bride, its perfume strongest after abandonment. Nonsense, yet poetic, like tax collectors quoting Rumi. Your spine curves, merchants hunch dissolving into loose coils, vertebrae sigh, each knuckle whispering secrets to the next. Had Cleopatra's famed posture survived Roman campaigns, she too might have slumped toward blissful atrophy. Eyelids seal, twin papyrus scrolls closing on today's accounts. Columns balance, errors noted, addenda scrawled in sleep's approaching margins. Ink dries, quills rest. Let the dream scribes take over now, their wild calligraphy unfettered by ledgers. Lamps, cold now dream of being molten again. You don't. Your chest lifts, slow mirroring the contract's final diamond crease. Each inhalation stretches the linen across your ribs, weaving 4 breaths into one. 47 days collapse into this rhythm. 1128 folded sunsets, now exhaled. Cool air floods, lungs designed for ledgers and bargaining, not peace. Your ribs ache, unaccustomed to stretching beyond merchant colony grudges. Silk Road traders measured wealth in breath cycles, ample wind meant prosperous lungs. Yours feel thin tonight, papery, as moth wings against cedar-scented dark. Merchant apprentices once paid silver to learn such breath control. Foolish boys thinking pranayama techniques could outpace debt collectors. Left pinky spasms, phantom twitch from ledger quill calluses. Historians still argue whether Mamlukira bankers developed their own yoga forms. Scrolls suggest suppressed practices involving dirhams and humming. Shoulder blades slide down your back, tired pigeons abandoning a roost. That knot between them, the one shaped like Pharaoh's lighthouse, dissolves into sand. Alexandria's beacon fell, your tension follows, both conquered by patience and persistent tides. Palms press against sternum, flesh imitating vellum. Let fingers trace remembered folds, diagonals etched by time more than fingers. 8th century Umayyad deeds required 16 creases, ritual geometry, warding off deceit. Your modern document bows to simpler origami, yet carries heavier ghosts. Right clavicle pops sound like a date pit cracking underfoot. Arachnoid sensation spreads as blood reclaims cramped pathways. Ottoman hammam attendants whispered that noblemen's bones creaked differently, marrow thick with apricot molasses and repressed sighs. Breath hitches catch resume like Dow sails luffing before turning windward. Nostrils flare, greedy for night jasmine and unburnt oxygen. 3 French travelers drowned in Damascus fountain. Reports claimed they forgot breathing between laucum samples and poetry recitals. No sweet death claims you, just clumsy lungs relearning autonomy. Eyelids flutter, synced with abdominal tremors. Your diaphragm conducts unseen orchestras, cellos of circulation, piccolo nerves sparking. 17th century Florentine anatomists drew lungs as angel wings, merciful depictions for bodies they'd stolen from paupers' graves. Your throat clicks, dry as Quimby's pottery shards. Hypoglossal muscle remembers every tense negotiation, every swallowed protest. Carthaginian emissaries allegedly gargled honey wine before surrendering cities, tongues slick with false diplomacy. Your surrender needs no sweetness, just weariness turned sacrament. Air whispers past epiglottis, a desert simoom through canyon teeth. Trace the exhale's path, ribs to trachea, to tile-cooled tongues of night. Bedouin star navigators timed voyages by leaders' respiration. Slower breaths meant truer courses. You chart no path, only release. Jaw unhinges, slight gape, inviting gravity's downward pull. Molars separate for the first time in hours. Enamel no longer screaming. Dentists of Cordoba prescribed nightly mouth props, wooden wedges, combating merchants' nocturnal grinding. You used lemon rinds, tartness startling jaws into relaxation. Collarbones hollow, chasms deepening with each retreating tide. Skin stretches taut over the clavicular abyss, parchment over a reliquary. Byzantines stored saints' finger bones in similar trenches, their breaths stolen 4 centuries ago. left lung tingles, revival after long suffocation. Were those alveoli always so chatty? 10th century physicians believed lungs whispered ailments to the spleen organ gossip for internal diagnosis. Listen closer, your own tissues murmur only white noise lullabies. Stomach gurgles, rebel detachment from the breathwork campaign. Last meal lingers at the pyloric gate, lentils and regret fermenting equally. Mongol raiders fermented mares, milk in stomach sacks. You cradle less adventurous contents. Right thumb brushes a nipple through tunic fabric, absent gesture from childhood sleeplessness. Wet nurses in Memphis sang pleats into Pharaoh's swaddling clothes, each fold pressuring royal lungs into deeper sleep. Your self-soothing lacks divine mandate, cruder but effective. Diaphragm spasms, hiccup sabotaging the Serenity Project. One vulgar interruption, gulped air fleeing like desert foxes from hounds. Roman centurions used hiccups to time sentry shifts. 12 spasms equaled 1 watch. Count now, 2, 3, gone, resume stillness. Ears pop, pressure shift from some distant atmospheric betrayal. High in the Alborz Mountains, shepherds predict storms by tympanic flutter. Your forecast signals only interior weather systems, low pressure moving toward calm. Mesenteric blood flow thrums, a subterranean river under abdominal planes. Hepatic veins harmonize, liver composing lullabies from recycled hemoglobin. Persian alchemists sought the liver's secreting mysteries, slicing open jackals to study melancholy bile. Your inner rhythms stay mercifully hidden. Navel twitches inward, belly button knitting itself smaller. Midwives in Antioch rubbed olive oil on infant umbilici, propitiating dryness gods. Your adult knot needs no worship, just ceaseless breath flows, rinsing old residue. Hair follicles tighten, arms prickling with misplaced vigilance. Mammalian reflex useless here, no predator stalks except memory. Primordial instincts misread peace as danger, madness left over from steppe ancestors. Let the goose flesh recede, foolish biological alarm. Pelvis tilts, sacroiliac joint groaning like ungreased cartwheels. Carthaginian elephants swayed their hips similarly mid-battle tactics to unseat enemy riders. You're allaying burdens, not waging wars. Positive lymph nodes pulse beneath chin, tiny guardians filtering combatants. Gupta Empire doctors charted these sentinel glands, believing they trapped lies passed through the mouth. Your glandular militia sleeps tonight, truth and falsehood both granted amnesty. Left nipple stiffens, pebble under muslin. Suckling reflex from infancy, long divorced from function. 18 wet nurses served Emperor Constantine. His imperial latch considered political currency. You soothe yourself, mercenary comfort cheaper than empire. Psoas muscle unclenches, deep bowstring surrendering tension. Yoga masters of Malabar could shorten their psoas to levitate. So they claimed Beta leaf cheats to illusory ascents. Not tonight, muscle just gratefully inert. Scapulae pool at the base of your spine, twin anchors dropped in safe harbor. Genoese sailors, tattooed shoulder blades with compass roses, alignment aids for celestial navigation. You navigate nothing, blissful dereliction of direction. Blood pressure drops, Mercury, abandoning its glass prison. Late night's gift, hydrostatic hymn for overworked veins. Ancient Chinese pulse readers would call this the turtle submerging, slow, inevitable, shell-clad retreat. Liver releases, stores, glycogen rivers, flooding metabolic streams. No banquet demands, no adrenaline surges, just silent withdrawals from rainy day reserves. Ayurvedic physicians blamed liver stagnation for poor humor, prescribed cumin, and camel raids for stimulation. Pancreas rests, islets of Langerhans humming vacation tunes. Victorian quacks sold pancreatic elixirs for restoring vim, turpentine, and treacle swindles. Your own drip honey secretions need no fraud tonight, balanced by breath alone. Appendix twinges, vestigial prankster kicking its useless sack. Darwin thought it once digested leaves. Your vegetarian cousin swears it helps him process guilt. Neither theory tested, just background static tonight. Kidneys filter slower, nephrons dozing between filtrations. Uroscopy masters of Salerno examined urine in crystal flasks, diagnosing lovesickness via sedimentation patterns. Your own golden stream waits distant, unanalyzed, unremarkable. Spleen contracts, old blood recycled into tomorrow's potential. Macedonians believed the spleen stored cowardice. Alexander's soldiers drank lupin extracts to shrink it. Your courage stays intact, organ merely sighing into purple repose. Thyroid membrane vibrates, snore prevented by conscious will. Uncle Arterius snored so loud, house cats fled to roof tiles. Your uvula stays disciplined, silent as a samurai retainer. Cerebrospinal fluid laps brainstems, neural shores cleansed by each breath. Medieval scholars pictured cerebral tides governing moods, swayed by lunar nonsense. Real waves suffice, biological rhythms scrubbing neural docks free of today's silt. Mitochondria multiply, powerhouses revving without load demands. Minute Deutsch inside your cells, efficiently burning energy, no thought required. ATP trickles into slackened muscles, microscopic pensions paid in full. Fascia unkinks, connective tissue, remembering fluid origins. Anatomists once ignored this webbing, now praised as the body's forgotten silk. Your own inner loom stills warp and weft, loosening into liquid canvas drape. Body hair settles follicles, halting their invisible salute, each strand trained by different climates. Damascus heat, Caspian chill, Persian Gulf salt. Now inert, uniform sentries dismissed from guard duty. Teeth float in gums, pressure equalized by surrender. No enamel scream left, just submerged pearls in gingival velvet. Portuguese pearl divers held breath longer, but died younger trade-offs of profession versus repose. Epithelial cells shed unmourned flakes, becoming room dust. A lifetime's worth slews off unnoticed. Ashurbanipal's library contained skin cells from every scribe, all gone now anonymous as your own shedding. Mesothelium glides, plural layers greased for frictionless breath. Pulmonary pirates once tapped this fluid for drowning cures. The quackery drowned patients instead. Your membranes glide unmolested, silk over silk. Blood-brain barrier tightens, protecting dreams from circulating cortisol. Mongol shamans drank mare's blood seeking vision penetrance. They got diarrhea and hallucinations. Your barrier holds gatekeeper against metabolic marauders. Ultradian rhythms crest, restorative phase, washing over cells, body not divided by hours, but basal cycles older than sundials. Stone Age watchmakers couldn't confine these tides, nor can your ledger-bound obsessions. Dermis palls, vascular beds draining from surface layers, pallor creeps across your hands, moonlight leaching coral from capillaries. No anemia, just circulatory ceasefire, blood retreating to feudal keeps. Golgi tendon organs relax, nociception dialed to whisper volumes. Pain gates close, drawbridges raised against phantom armies, barricades erected with practiced breath. Let the siege engines rust beyond your moat. Autonomic nervous system switches guard, sympathetics yielding to parasympathetics. Overworked sentries retire, their cortisol spears traded for melatonin goblets. Roman garrison swapping gladius for grapevine. Temporal arteries slow, pulse points fading into background hum. Cave divers in Cappadocia, timed heartbeats against dripping aquifers. You sink to silence instead. Subcutaneous fat dimples, pressure redistributed across cushions, wealth measured by lipid layers. Venetian dowries discussed in avoirdupois, not carrots. Your own reserves rest unjudged, biologic trust funds for leaner seasons. Melanocytes idle, no ultraviolet lies to combat tonight. Mankind once thought melanin carried ancestral memories. Grandmother's freckles encoding village gossip. Your pigments sleep guardians off duty. Langerhans cells patrol, immune sentinels stalking non-existent threats. Let them march through deserted dermis streets, saluting shadows, finding no insurgents to quell. Bone marrow hums, hematopoiesis, continuing unnoticed. Lifelong draftsmen, ribs and femur, still building erythrocyte cities. Unperturbed night shift labor, without complaint or overtime. Adipocytes sigh, triglyceride stockpiles, neither growing nor spent. Fat doesn't care about contracts, only hoarding like misers beneath the Rialto. Your cells hoard peace tonight, a lighter currency. Stellate ganglion naps, cervical fuse box powered down. Fight or flight, cancelled fortunes, told only in sleepy palms. Nerves unjangled by imaginary tigers. Parietal peritoneum glistens, peritoneal fluid reflecting no light. Viscera suspended in saline silence, Shipwrecks in black brine. Cargo holds full of undigested stories. Tongue pools, thick against mandibles curve. Words congeal, unspeaking, dead to verbs and vowels. Rhetoric assassinated by weariness. Silent coup executed without a whisper. Cornea's dry tear film, thinning toward transparency. Last saline vestiges burn off, leaving ocular deserts unwatered. No mirages arise, just vista surrender. Thyroid cartilage drops, Adam's apple settling into sedimentary rest. No forbidden fruits to swallow, just gravity's patient erosion of protuberant geology. Sublingual glands drool, testing moratorium on speech. Spit without purpose, solvent without solutes, salivary surrender. Your chest cavity stills, 47 days distilled into this. One free breath, then another, atoms dancing only themselves, the folded contract, and folded form, now matching crease for crease. Soft surrender sealing at last distant looms, clatter through the midnight quiet, their rhythm sharp against your wool-soft pulse. Shuttles fly like spooked swallows, beating wings frantic. But your own heart stays carded fibers now. Aleppo's weavers race dawn itself, their feet pumping treadles like sailors fleeing squalls. Not your problem anymore. One workshop clangs particularly loud. Mustafa's sons, still trying to finish that brocade commission. Historians still debate why medieval weavers preferred night work. Some say cooler threads. Others claim moonlight kept dye vats truer. Truth is looms need no lamps, muscle memory, guiding hands through darkness. Your right ear presses into the divan cushion, cotton weave imprinting its grid onto skin. 8th century Persian carpets contained over 1 million knots, each one a prisoner of geometry. Tonight's sounds unravel instead, threads of noise spooling harmless around you. Loom arms slap like impatient schoolmasters, heddles rising and falling in metallic pants. You invent stories. That clack is a warp thread, snapping. This thud is the beater punishing weft. Real weavers smear olive oil on their reeds, cuts the screech, makes the rhythm smoother than a muezzin's glide between notes. A donkey brays 3 streets over fiber rebellion maybe. Some dyer's mule protesting midnight indigo grinding. Medieval fabric workshops housed their donkeys indoors. Piss ammonia helped fix colors. Your nose wrinkles at imagined stench. Happy to smell only your own cedar oil and dust tonight. Footsteps shuffle on roof tiles above, probably a cat, not an assassin. Fatima, the dyer, kept weasels to hunt loom rats until they cheeched her silk skeins. Every A-list medieval weaver had pest drama. Your own rodent problem remains metaphorical. Teeth unclench further, jaw settling into its socket like a weaver's comb into its slot. Malaga once exported licorice root toothbrushes. Tonight your molars need only stillness, no oral hygiene, just the loom's lullaby wrapping its metallic fingers on sleep's door. Left little toe cramps, sudden rude, a warp thread yanked too tight. You imagine stretching it like yarn, spinning the pain into softness. Anatolian grandmothers spat on child's cramps. Your dry mouth offers no superstition, just slow breathing until the knot dissolves. Loom sounds sync with your carotid pulse, a messy polyrhythm. Bedouins timed loom beats to camel strides, meters born from desert crossings. Your heart tries a different tempo, wool-carded airy, nothing galloping here. A shuttle's especially violent screech makes eyelids flinch, nylon-worthy sound. Ancient weavers used dried squid nibs to oil their shuttles. You wonder if Mustafa's boys know that quilter's hack. Probably not. Their clatter continues unabated. Your sternum buzzes faintly, echo of the loom's vibrations, traveling through mud bricks. Catgut strings on an abandoned oud hum in sympathy from some shadowed corner. Physics lesson no one ordered, just white noise confetti for your nervous system. Right thumb strokes palm calluses, your former loom of ledger columns and ink blots. Italian debellentry bookkeeping arrived via fabric merchants' ledgers, numbers woven tighter than damask. Tonight's weave is simpler, breath in, clack, clack, breath out. A particular clatter pattern emerges, maybe the dyer's daughter weaving her trousseau. 3 quick beats, then 2 slow like a galloping horse, hitting mud. Girls practiced wedding motifs for years, only to become the tired feet pumping those treadles later. Cotton dust drifts through the window, powdered sweat of other people's labors. You sneeze once, politely, a punctuation mark the looms ignore. 16th century sneezes were considered soul leaks. Tonight it's just nasal confetti. Someone drops a metal bobbin, clang rolling into a rumble. 500 years back, that sound meant a week's pay lost under floorboards. Your own coins sleep in their chest, unbothered, lightly snoring. Looms outpace the muezzins, next call their clatter, drowning his first Allahu Akbar. No matter, God hears the shuttle's prayer too, every thread a whispered verse. Your own worship needs no chant, just slackness where tension lived. Brittle date palm leaves scratch courtyard walls in sympathy with the looms. Nature trying its hand at textile percussion, badly, like a drunk guest, grabbing a canon player's stool. That massive punch sound, some beater slamming home a scarlet thread. Cochineal, imported from Yemen, pulverized beetles, making marital bed curtains. You imagine brides, never unseeing the blood hue, the chitin flecks in their vows. An owl hoots near the fountain, nature's dispute with the looms, monopoly on sound. Qing dynasty silk workshops employed shriek owls to scare off thread-eating moths. Elegant solution, lacking here. The owl hoots again, judgmental, but the looms clack louder. Sudden silence slices the room. Dyer's boy took a piss break, maybe. 30 seconds of sweet hush pool around your ankles, like dropped yarn. Aleppo's weavers worked 16-hour stretches. Urinal pauses were their only unions. A donkey cart creaks through the noise, hauling raw cotton towards greedier looms. You imagine the threads, yet unstained, white as your current conscience, or nearly. Throat clears sound like a shuttle changing direction. Saliva coats the swallow, slick as starch on linen. No more negotiations, just this animal maintenance between breaths. The loudest loom stops equipment failure or human collapse. 7 looms weave the pause into their rhythm, a syncopated hiccup. Back when guilds controlled the craft, such pauses were fined. Tonight, anarchy wins. Sweat beads at your hairline, not from heat, just the loom's insistence. It rolls towards an ear, slow, willful, a silkworm in no hurry. Byzantine emperors wiped sweat with embroidered cloths. Your drop meets a cotton cushion, democratic extinction. Loom racket builds as stars wheel towards dawn, collective panic stitching faster. Cobblestones shake, disturbed dust, glowing moon blue, the day's deadline looming. Your sternum absorbs each shuttle slam flesh as quilt batting softening steel. You're not Aleppo, not entrepreneurial fury, just a still point holding raucousness. Breath thickens, each inhale gathering wool scrap oxygen from recycled air. Somewhere, a dyer's cringe as indigo turns muddier than planned. Not your vat, not your problem. Lungs only processing calm tonight. Looms hit their stride now, dawn's gray lip, approaching your own treadle days, folded away in that cedar box. Historians still argue whether loomwork caused mass myopia. Nearsighted weavers squinting at life beyond threads. Fatigue laps at your temples, soft as combed wool. Let the weavers have their speed race, the dawn finish line, the clattering glory. Your victory lies slack beneath ribs, heart spun through and through with mute fleece, no shuttle required. The cedar hollow accepts the folded contract, no ceremony, only the whisper of paper meeting old wood. Your fingertips linger on its edges, oil and dust, creating a temporary fingerprint. This recess was carved when Aleppo's cedar forests still reached the coast, Syrian timber shipped to pharaohs and Persian princes. Now it holds your decade's work, a boat in dry dock. You imagine the tree's life first, sap rising in resinous veins, needles drinking Mediterranean mists. The carvers chisel biting curls of heartwood over a century ago, his name lost, but his thumbprint survives in the groove's slight asymmetry. Hollows like this were status symbols, proving a merchant could spare precious cedar for storage, not just profit. Cool wood breathes against the contract, cedar's antimicrobial embrace, preserving more than ink. Some believed these trees housed jinn in their knots, guardians who whispered market tips to favored merchants. Your own guardian feels like silence, patient and moss damp. Press 2, fingers to the recess's back wall, uneven from generations of documents nestling there. Loan agreements, marriage contracts, inheritances signed in grief. This alcove knew your grandfather's flower debts before you drew breath. Historians still argue whether merchant families sang to their cedar boxes, a superstition to please the wood spirits, or just drunken celebrations. No song escapes you tonight, only a sigh that stirs the dust motes. Your folded contract looks small, shrunken, a child's paper boat in a grown-up sea. 17 layers of cotton paper, each pressed thinner than a locust's wing, now resting where prying eyes won't reach. The best hiding spots aren't secret, just ordinary, like a scar no one notices anymore. Cedar scent deepens as the wood warms to your touch, aromatherapy before the term existed. Medieval doctors stuffed cedar shavings in plague masks, believing it purified bad air. Tonight, it purifies nothing, just cradles your exhaustion like a first pressing of olives, accepting the crush. Your pinky grazes a notch near the top your mother's doing from when she stored your birth ledger, a nervous scratch from a woman who feared bureaucracies, her signature fluttering like a caged bird. Now adjacent to your own trembling script, 2 frightened scribes across time. Let the contract sleep. Let it steep in the cedar's slow memories. Some merchants buried flawed agreements, hoping the earth would dissolve their shame. This hollow prefers dignity, no judgment, only absorption. Your palm cups the alcove's lip warm where wood meets plaster. A bead of resin glistens in the corner tacky, but not fresh. Cedar weeps slower than pines, patient tears hardening into amber time capsules. Ants got trapped in similar globs millennia ago. You wonder what future fools will make of your knuckle print preserved in tree blood. 3 tones chime outside. Would-be thieves testing a window grate, or just owls mocking human paranoia. Aleppo's cedar chests famously resisted termites, but not the Mongol siege axes. Tonight's invaders are mere drafts, fingering, then releasing the latticed screen. Shadows pool in the hollow's corners, swallowing your contract's sharp creases. The same darkness that soaked into timber when this tree first fell, wood remembers. It just refuses to perform the memories on demand, like a stoic grandfather. Your thumb finds that worn spot on the alcove's edge, polished smooth by grandfather's arthritis. Father's ink stains your own restless tapping, grease and skin cells building a varnish no Venetian artisan could replicate. 100,000 touches layered thick as manuscript gold leaf. Cedar's scent shifts as the lamp dwindles, musky sweetness sharpening to burnt sugar. You once bought counterfeit sandalwood from a grinning Ajmeri trader, cedar oil cut with syrupy linden. This wood scorns deception. The true fragrance arrives unannounced, a king entering without fanfare. Press your ear to the enclosure. Nothing but your own pulse echoing off tight grain. Folktales spoke of cedar chests humming during lunar eclipses, whole choirs trapped in the timber. No hum now, just the house settling girders yawning into night's second watch. Ribs expand your chest cavity, feeling suddenly cedar hollow itself. Nothing to guard, nothing to hoard. This shaft of dead tree holds more peace than any mosque courtyard. The contract's finality, sweet as sawdust between your molars. Dawn will bleach these walls yellow, show dust coating the scrolls below yours. For now, the hollow keeps its counsel cedar and cotton conspiring in preservation. Tomorrow's ledger can wait. Let the wood do its silent work, unpaid, unstoppable, more loyal than flesh. The recess needs no lock when trust is carved this deep. Your left hand cups your right, palm to knuckle pulse, tapping against pulse, like mismatched drummers finding rhythm. Blood hums through those blue highways, sluggish now, thick as pomegranate molasses left in the shade. Ottoman merchants once gauged trade partners by wrist pulses, believing liars' veins jumped like scared hares. Yours just stumbles toward rest, an apprentice weaver's first loom slowing its clatter. Right thumb traces the crescent scar on your left palm, that drunken mishap with a ceremonial dagger at 23. A numb ridge where nerve endings gave up, a dead letter office beneath skin. Historians still argue whether Levantan merchants developed hand signals to cheat illiterate scribes, or just to flirt across crowded caravanserais. Tonight, your fingers communicate nothing, just damp warmth. Two old mules sharing body heat in a stable, palms pressed tighter, callous meeting callous. Not prayer, unless the prayer is let this ache mean something. Warmth spreads like ink on blotting paper, unstoppable, unfancy. Medieval doctors diagnosed melancholy by clasping patients' hands, claiming sorrow chilled the blood to cave water temperatures. Yours feels lukewarm tea, abandoned mid-sip forgotten, but not yet stale. Knuckles whiten briefly, a last spasm of daylight urgency, then surrender. Bone-deep weariness liquefies muscle, sweet surrender of overloaded donkeys kneeling at last. A merchant in Smyrna once sold pulse synchronizer amulets, copper bracelets promising harmonious blood flow, turned out to be melted down Syrian coinage. But the placebo soothed half the Athenian navy into snoring oblivion. Nerve endings spark weakly, tiny fireworks dampened by wet sand. Fingertips register the slow retreat, the tide, pulling back from a shore littered with today's worries. 17 trade partners' voices fade, their demands softening to moth-wing rustles. No Mongol horde ever respected siesta hours, but your capillaries are declaring truce one valve at a time. Sweat cools between your lifelines, evaporating into the room's dry embrace. That crease beside your thumb still smells faintly of cumin from this morning's market samples. An Aleppo spice vendor swore saffron rubbed on wrists could negate bad luck. You opted for soap, a sensible choice. Yet here you are blessed by numbness instead. Veins flatten under pressure, collapsing like emptied wine skins. Cartographers never mapped these rivers, no delta or oxbow bends, just sleepy tributaries heading inland. Anatomists in Cordoba dissected thieves' hands, searching for the soul's exit route. Found 9 tendons, 11 bones, enough existential dread to stuff a cushion. Ebbing warmth leaves a tingling vacuum, the phantom limb sensation of deals done, ships sailed, coins counted. Your right pinky remembers lifting 100,000 teacups saluting rivals, beckoning clerks closer. Now it lies dormant, a fallen minaret, content to be rubble beside its fellow digits. Pulse points desynchronize, left wrist lagging, like twin pendulums succumbing to entropy. Cairo's clockmakers could never synchronize their tower gears, either sundials leaning east, water clocks dripping rebellion, fingers slacken, no longer gripping ledger columns, or worry beads, just meat resting on meat. Blood murmurs retreat toward your core, siphoning panic into some deep iron vat, 30, 40, 50, who's counting, all the veins singing lullabies in capillary falsetto. Barbary pirates prized pulse-slowing herbs to calm rowing slaves. Your body brews its own narcotic, free of charge. An itch flares between your thumb and forefinger. Leftover stress exiting stage left. You recall a Baghdad jester, miming merchants, scratching imaginary fleas during tense negotiations. Your laugh comes out a snort, undignified, unimportant, easily swallowed by the rug beneath you. Nails dig half-heartedly into palm flesh, leaving crescent indentations. Moon phases tattooed in real time. Moorish alchemists sought lunar secrets in fingernail clippings, ground them into elixirs promising invisibility. Results were predictably transparent. Arteries constrict, tightening the flow, not from fear, but mechanical necessity. Heart muscle yawns, unclenching like a fistful of dirhams dropped onto a cushion. That debtor from Mosul kept silver in a wooden hand, said proximity to skin kept wealth circulating. Died choking on a fishbone, proof that metaphors only stretch so far. Skin cools, pores sighing shut, no more effort spent regulating failures or triumphs. That scar on your right wrist from a Lisbon customs agent's overzealous stamp goes pleasantly numb. Saladin's surgeons pioneered wrist sutures using silk soaked in honey. They'd find your healing adequate if unremarkable. Pressure builds behind your eyes, compensatory flow rerouting northward. Let it flood the shores of your cerebellum, drown the to-do lists moored there. Genoan sailors believed head veins connected directly to anchor ropes. Cut one, lose your mooring. You cut nothing, just drift, ballast discharged into the cedar-scented night. Hands part slightly, air kissing the damp places where skin clung. Left palm feels lighter, cooler, like a merchant ship after offloading indigo. Right fingers curl automatically, a phantom quill twitch before softening into uselessness. Persian miniatures show angels severing hands from greedy corpses. Yours merely retire. No damnation required. A final pulse flutter echoes up your forearm. A child's kicking feet under blankets. Then stillness. The tired tide recedes, leaving smooth sand where frantic crabs once scuttled. 23 years of grasping, holding, counting, all unpried by will alone. The harbor awaits dark and forgiving, ready to dissolve your anchor, ropes filament by filament. Blood stills, tea gone cold, the cup empty at last. Weight unspools beneath your ribcage, thread by crimson thread, each snap echoing through marrow like a lute string plucked once and left vibrating. Silk ropes don't break with violence. They sigh apart, fibers giving up the ghost one gossamer filament at a time. Alexandrian traders packed silk bales with peppercorns to keep moths at bay. The spices bite a microscopic armor against devouring jaws. Your ligaments mimic those threads, stretching, thinning, until emptiness breathes where tension thrived. A tingling spreads where your collarbones meet, ancient gateways to lungs now easing their portcullis chains. You imagine Byzantine empresses loosening their pearl-sewn stoles after audiences, each gem a negotiated treaty weighing less than breath. That peculiar ache below your sternum, the one that gnawed through 89 meals, crumbles like sun-baked mud brick. Persian physicians mapped emotions to organs, grief in the spleen, rage in the liver, but never pinpointed reliefs, exact coordinates. Shoulder blades sink into horsehair cushions, twin anchors lifting from seabed muck. One vertebra at a time, the spine remembers how to be spine, not mast, nor tentpole, nor ledger column. A rogue muscle near your left shoulder blade, the one that cramped during the Marrakesh negotiations, softens like wax, surrendering to wick. A Sufi mystic once claimed humans carried invisible chains, tethered to every regret. Tonight, yours dissolve like sugar in mint tea. Breath floods the hollows where dread pooled, coolness rinsing the last grit of panic. 17 years of hauling cargo manifests, 7,000 nights of tallying tolls, all evaporate faster than rosewater on a baker's oven stone. Venetian gondoliers sang about unloading stone blocks at dawn, their voices lifting burdens with each high sea, an operatic forklift. Your inhale does the same, without fanfare, drawing musk and cool plaster into a pact of neutrality. Ribs expand, creaking like cedar chest lids pried open after monsoons. That spot where the Turkish factor poked you during the loan dispute, always tender in damp, weather goes mute. Historians still argue whether frankincense caravans deliberately provoked sandstorms to increase resin's scarcity. No matter now, your personal dust storm settles grains of anxiety sliding into slumber. A flutter beneath your right pectoral muscle, not pain, just farewell static, like a dove's wing brushing a cage door ajar. The tight knot that formed when the Maltese galley sank with 4 chests of your lacquerware unravels. 18 moons you fed that knot secretly, gnawing its edges during night watches. Mongol messengers slit their own sleeves during bad news deliveries, symbolic severing of misfortune. You need no blade, only this slow dissolution, cell by cell. The space between your lungs lightens, as if extracting 17 pounds of lead fishing weights from a drowning man's pockets. Mamluk armorers stuffed silk between steel plates, not for cushioning, but to muffle battlefield screams from rattling their own bones. Your personal armor sheds now, leaving nothing but skin and night air, vulnerable as a peeled almond. Diaphragm contractions slow, waves gentling into still ponds. No more pitching decks of imaginary ships, no phantom lurch of debtors, promises collapsing mid-sentence. Carthaginian sailors slept strapped to boards, during storms their bodies learning to mimic rigid timber. You mimic nothing, just dead seaweed adrift in a moonlit lagoon, blameless as plankton. A warmth creeps upward, not fever, but the hearth after blizzard glow of surrender. Ottoman bath, attendants knew this secret, pouring tepid water over marble slabs to ease warrior knots. Your vertebrae surrender their grudges, each disc sighing like steam escaping a samovar. Solar plexus unclenches, a fist you never consciously made releasing its hostage. That Montpellier merchant toasted with quince wine, after swindling you, his grin sharp as a cork pull. The memory sinks now, bubbles rising through thick syrup, popping soundlessly at the surface. Aztec traders buried grudges in clay pots beneath market squares. Let your bitterness inter alongside theirs. Fingers stir, not reaching, just confirming they're still attached to this unraveling puppet. The scar across your belly, from a corsair's lucky dagger graze, itches mildly. Iberian healers pressed warmed river stones on such wounds, claiming quartz absorbed battle rage. Tonight, itch fades unaided, another soldier stepping off the march. Weightlessness spreads like lamp oil, soaking into mattress fibers, pillow down the calligraphy of your veins. Dutch engineers calculated a sleeping man exerts precisely 3/4 ounce pressure per square inch on his bedding. You exert less, dissolving salt in warm broth. No resistance left to measure. A shiver runs sternum to navel, not cold, just the flesh equivalent of a watchman's bell signaling shift change. All sentries dismissed, gates unbarred, drawbridges pedaled open to star-nibbled darkness. Venetian merchants famously slept with treasury keys beneath their tongues. Tonight, your key melts into saliva, worthless and sweet. The last clinging thread snaps, inaudible. But you feel its absence like a dropped stitch in knit silence. A Levantan proverb claims true peace is the untied turban, no pressure, no adornment, just scalp breathing. Your scalp breathes now, eyes rolling back like twin lunar eclipses, mouth slack as a net emptied of thrashing silver fish. And the harbor, oh the harbor, opens its silt-throated embrace, black water accepting your keel without splash or ceremony. Silk ropes coil slack on dockside bollards, their purpose served, their fibers moon-gilded and dreaming. No one greets you. No one needs to. The current knows its business. Eyelids dip, heavy as monastery bells at Compline each blink, smudging the oil lamp halos, still haunting your vision. Those stubborn afterimages, the ledger's grids, contract, sums, ink blooms, now softening into nebulae against plum-colored darkness. Scholars once thought Newton's telescope lenses caused his eye sparks, but yours are homemade ghosts, the mind's pantry, clearing expired regrets. Swirls bloom indigo spirals like dropped ink in water, expanding until borders dissolve. A Mesopotamian merchant might have paid 3 goats for such royal dye. Your body produces it freely tonight. Historians still argue whether Byzantine glassmakers intentionally trapped starlight in their blue tesserae or just got lucky with manganese ratios. Either way, your synapses now mirror those tiny mosaic skies, each flicker a dying star no cartographer would bother naming. Depth thickens behind your brows, velvet exhaustion pooling in cranial hollows. Remember those Persian Qanat tunnels, how they channeled mountains snowmelt beneath deserts. Your weariness flows, just as cool, just as ancient, seeping through bone fissures dug by 47 days of squinting at cramped script. 19th century neurologists sketched brain canyons they swore resembled the Grand Canyon. Tonight yours erode gracefully under this gentle river. Muscles beneath your eyes slacken, jellyfish tendrils adrift in warm currents. No use fighting the tide. Egyptian sleep conjurations prescribed counting northward flowing Nile fish behind closed lids. Yours drift upward, belly flipped, silver scales dissolving before you reach 17. 19th century stage hypnotists swore counting sheep came from a mistranslation of Norse skip, meaning ship, sailors, hallucinating vessels in fog. Either way, your imaginary flock mutates into smoke rings, then nothing. The left nebula fractures, streaking comet trails that evaporate before reaching your temple. A 14th century monk's manuscript describes dream mold growing behind tired eyes, looming shapes like forests or castle walls. Yours resemble laundry left too long in cedar chests, shapeless, fragrant, harmless. Some fringe theorists claim Da Vinci's polyphasic sleep cycle let him nap upright, palms cupping, closed eyes to press dreams back into the skull. Your palms stay loose, pillow-side, letting visions bleed unchecked. Coolness spreads where optic nerves meet brainstem, a linen compress lain by invisible hands. Sassanid physicians chilled spoons on winter windowsills before placing them over weary eyelids. Your body mimics the treatment without utensils. That stubborn moat, the one that felt like Damascus grit during the sandstorm negotiation, floats free at last. Ottoman poets called sleep the lover who unties your turban without permission. Tonight you leave the knot slack. Right iris relaxes, pupil dilating to drink starlight from an unseen source. 19th century astronomers blinked excessively while charting nebulae, begging their eyes to swallow more light. Yours surrender, camera obscura shutters old silent, the odd gray smudge that lingered since you read the Genoese bank draft fades at last, worn away like salt stains on a dockside bollard. Eyelashes brush pillow linen, tiny paintbrushes smearing the last smudges of wakefulness. Roman patricians hired slaves to blink for them during tedious Senate debates. Tonight your lids operate without subsidy. The faint scar along your left brow from a loose tent rope in Basra tingles like moth wings grazing it. Historians found apothecary jars labeled nictitate balm for rapid blinking in dusty trades. Yours get early retirement. Colors mute from indigo to slate, then ash, then nothing warmer than a blindfold's underside. Early optometrists claimed darkness tasted of cold copper. Yours is spun sugar dissolving on parched lips. The pressure behind your nose, where unshed tears crust during caravansary, dust storms, unclenches. Mongol riders stuffed wet wool up nostrils to filter step grit. You simply breathe the clean absence now. Lids seal fully, gummed not by room, but by gravitational surrender. Victorian inventors patented eye hammocks, silk slings claiming to lift ocular weight. Yours need no contraption. That lingering flicker, the candle flame echo from hours ago, gutters out. Venetian glassmakers never revealed their recipe for black glass. Yet your viewport blacks, just as pure, just as liquid. Tears gather without sorrow, salt brine rebalancing parched corneal deserts. Scottish midwives once caught sleep tears in vials, believing it cured colicky babies. Let yours soak back into skin, uncollected, unstudied. The faint ache from squinting at monsoon damp contracts evaporates, more steam than substance. Facial muscles forget their daytime grid, jaw slack as a netted mullet. Archaeologists found Sumerian dentist receipts detailing night mouth props for grinders. Your molars float apart untouched. Tongue settles like a beached jellyfish. No ledgers left to tally, no lies left to sweeten. Sforza court, poets wrote sonnets comparing sleep tongues to unused prayer flags. Yours flaps, listlessly wordless at last. Heat builds between lids, blood flow softening the last rigid vessels. Persian miniature painters rested eyes by gazing at emerald stones. Your retinas paint their own healing jewels. That persistent floater, the one shaped like a rejected seal stamp, dissolves into retinal soup. Let historians debate whether Burgundian monks smuggled relic blue in their vitreous humors. Your blues deepen beyond heraldry. The weight against pillow fabric diminishes, skull hollowing into a dandelion clock. Victorian phrenologists misread every cranial bump, but they'd find no purchase tonight. Even the memory pressure of a too-tight Aleppo turban unwinds, silk threads fraying into scalp mist. Breathe the musk of horsehair stuffing, wool batting centuries of merchant heads, surrendering here. Orbit bones lighten, sockets spacious, as goblets awaiting sweet wine. Visigoth warriors buried chiefs with obsidian discs over eyes, death's blindfold glistening. Yours need no stones, just this velvet negation. The faint pulse beneath your right eyelid, the one that tap-tapped through tense negotiations, stillens. Oceanographers say jellyfish sleep without brains. You join their pulseless choir gladly. Final afterimage fades. A merchant's cartwheel shape, lingering since noon, splintering into lazy dust motes. Historians found papyrus scraps detailing dream taxes for Egyptian grain traders. Tonight, you pay in full arrears. Let cartouches crumble hieroglyphs, retreat, the Nile of your visions run silt dry. Darkness isn't empty now, it's liquid, a lentil stew left simmering till dawn. No need to parse its ingredients, no need to skim the scum. Your eyes, those twin merchants' scales, finally balance at zero. The harbor current tugs them shut gentle as a silk trader closing his last ledger. Palms turn slow as sundials at twilight calluses, facing starless dark. Your hands shed their daytime roll, no scrolls left to clutch, no coins left to fist. Ottoman divans stuffed with horsehair held many such hands, merchants' grip gone slack under gilt ceilings. Some say Vizier Ibrahim Pasha napped here with peacock feathers between fingers. Tonight your fingers hold nothing but air. The divan's brocade presses cool, furrows into lifelines, those weathered maps of caravan routes and ink stains. Historians found Lycian trader graves with olive oil rubbed into calluses, a final softening for eternity's grip. Yours need no polish, just this velvet neglect. That scar across your right thumb from a snapped Treaty of Hudaybiyah replica dagger itches faintly. 9th century scribes allegedly slept with hands wrapped in silk to preserve the suppleness for dawn's dictations. Yours sprawl ungloved, unbound, palm up like beggars' bowls. Moonlight avoids your knuckles, curtaining itself politely behind mashrabiyah lattices. No need to count constellations by tendon aches tonight. That stubborn writer's bump from 40 years of haggling contracts flattens against woven flax. Historians still argue whether Roman beds had dedicated palm rests, or if senators just used chubby slaves. Either way, your palms levitate, free of history's paperweight. Left pinky twitches, a phantom quill dip into long-vanished inkwell. Let it spasm, like beached eel dreaming of river mud. 18th century pamphlets warned scribes against nocturnal parchment grabs, fearing they'd crumple dream documents. Your fingers stay limp, inkless, immune to midnight's paperwork. The divan's stitching imitates Damascus tile patterns. Your fingerprints align with their geometries, harmless now. Warmth pools in left palm's cup empty since you returned the Sassanid silver loan stamp. Fringe scholars claim Genghis Khan slept clutching heated wolf femurs to retain grip strength during nightmares. You prefer this hollow warmth, memory of teacups without weight. Even the mercury scar from that broken thermometer in Mosul fades to mist. Right thumb drifts outward, abandoning its lifelong post near index finger. Carpal joint size, joints unlearning 60,000 ledger flicks. Medical scrolls from Salerno suggest rubbing fermented honey into nocturnal palms. Yours marinate in stillness instead. That scar from the lion head ring you pawned in Beirut, sunken, now barely a whisper. Pulse taps lazy code against cushion threads, Morse messages for no one. Grecian physicians diagnosed sleeping palm sweats as bile imbalance Yours stay desert dry. No more sealed petitions to stuff into sash belts. No more worry beads to thumb. Just quiet, like the inside of a sampled oud. Fingertips prickle, trapped blood, rushing back from daytime clenches. Moorish weavers slept with hands submerged in rosewater to soothe reed-sliced skin. Tonight, the air itself bathes them. Every whorl and ridge, once mapped by wax seals and dagger hilts, softens into anonymity. A spider descends from the ceiling, skirting your left wrist, ignoring history's richest feeding ground. Let it pass, unnoticed, no deals to offer it. Your cuticles, long yellowed by henna and pipe resin, blend with walnut divan stains. Historians found Byzantine tax ledgers itemizing manicure levies for silk-gloved nobles, now laughable as your crescent moons grow indistinct. Palms grow heavier, not with objects, but with gravitational sincerity, as if magnetized to the earth's core. Press them deeper. Let brocade patterns tattoo temporary constellations onto skin. No need to decipher their meaning. Early Bedouins read palm creases as caravan maps. Your roads end here. Skin remembers parchment grain, the tooth of cotton paper stroked during uncertain clauses. Let it forget. Let it remember only this horsehair breath beneath it, the sway of ancient springs. Those burns from sealing wax splatter in Marrakesh blur into the warmth, no longer separate wounds. Moon surrenders fully, leaving your hands in unlit limbo. A Mamluk's sword hilt once split your lifeline, now just another seam in night's fabric. Historians debate whether a Syrian dream interpreters checked palm creases upon waking. Yours need no augury. The divan exhales oud resin into your pores, centuries of merchants, leaving sweat and sighs in its weave. Not a burden, not anymore, just absorbed history. Your pinky aligns perfectly with a worn patch where some Beka silk trader wore the threads thin. Nerves quiet from fingertip to ulnar tunnel, a silenced marketplace. No more nerve signals about spindle counts or counterfeit drachmas. Your hands sink gentle as leather bags emptied of gemstones, finally at capacity. Calluses face down, soft sides up, vulnerable as sea cucumber bellies. Georgian mercenaries slept armored even in safe houses. Tonight you shed the final layer. The crease where Basran rope cuts healed 40 years ago. Now just topography without borders. Muscles dissolve, metacarpals settling like shipwrecked timbers on ocean floors. No salvager needed. No manifest required. Let barnacles claim these mute anchors. The harbor claims its dues, quietly, inevitably. A nightjar's call slices the garden silence, 3 sharp notes hanging in black velvet air. Your tongue stays leaden against roof mouth. No need to answer avian riddles tonight. Renaissance naturalists called them goatsuckers. Silly bastards believed they stole milk from livestock under moonlight. You know better. It's just beak and hunger out there. No demon bird plotting dairy theft. Cool air licks your throat, dry from ledger dust. and haggling curses swallowed hours ago. One callous scratches rough against divan brocade, that stubborn patch from gripping Damascus strayed caravan ropes. Fringe zoologists insist nightjars use facial bristles to funnel moths into their gullets, gentle slurping in the dark. Your own whiskers itch, untrimmed, since Aleppo's best barber sailed for Cyprus last Tuesday. The second cry comes, higher testing olive branches near the courtyard wall. Some ancestor of yours probably burned rosemary to ward off such death-omen birds. You smirk, knowing it's just male Caprimulgus europaeus defending territory. Historians still argue whether Saladin kept a tamed nightjar, like a falcon, to signal nighttime troop movements. Doesn't matter now. This bird answers only to crickets and starlight. Moonlight paints quicksilver stripes across your knuckles, revealing old scars, but hiding newer softness. Nightjar wings flutter above, silk handkerchiefs dropped by a drunken sultan. Medieval Persians believed sprinkling toasted fenugreek kept nightjars from nesting in date palms. Tonight, you wish them softer perches. A chuckle bubbles up, breathy, unplanned. Imagine stuffing cotton in a bird's mouth just to hush its singing. Third call arrives, clipped final, before winged silence reclaims the garden. Your jaw unclenches, releasing 63 unspoken arguments with spice vendors and accountants. 9th century Syrian poet Al-Mutanabi wrote of nightjar cries as loneliness made audible. But your silence tastes sweeter than stolen milk. Cicadas resume their rasping, inferior musicians, all rhythm and no melody. Palms stay upturned, inviting nothing, not even dew. That myth about nightjars plucking hairs from sleeping men's beards, pure foolishness. Your beard remains intact, if slightly frayed like the rug under your left heel. Across the courtyard, kitchen herbs surrender yesterday's heat. Cumin and coriander ghosts waltzing with night-blooming jasmine. Right earlobe twitches, a phantom itch where your emerald earring once dangled before pawning it in Smyrna. The nightjar's gone, flown toward less cluttered rooftops. Let him have Damascus lanes, fig trees. You'll keep this divan and its horsehair whispers. Ottoman herbalists prescribed mashed nightjar tongues for stuttering children, glad that practice died with leech jars. Cool tile seeps through your thin slippers, relics from happier bargaining days. 10 paces east, a fig tree hides last season's abandoned nest. No need to inspect it. Let the bird's secrets molder with mulberry leaves. Your tongue thickens, blunt instrument, wisdom tooth's distant cousin sleeping gum-side. Eyelids slide lower, copying the garden stillness. Even scorpions pause beneath their stones, respecting the truce. No poet, no vizier, no debt collector needs your voice tonight. The nightjar's silence becomes yours, a shared language without verbs or vowels. Breath sinks with distant fountain drips, every exhale a dismissal of dawn's duties. Palms stay open, willing the quiet deeper, until even the fig tree's roots still their thirst. Your jaw floats loose unhinged as a storyteller's tale box after festival sundown. Stillness spreads from molar to temples to limp neck muscles, gold leaf settling on wet lacquer. No avian ghosts haunt this repose. No milk-stealing legends need debunking. The nightjar took his riddles elsewhere, leaving your garden peaceful as a snipped puppet string. A final tremble dances through your bottom lip, half-formed word dissolving like sugar in mint tea. Gone. The garden gates sigh shut inside your ribs, iron hinges, oiled by newfound silence. Crickets weave their shrill tapestry, unbothered by human tongues or nightjar interrogations. Let them chirp. Your vowel-less quiet will drown them come morning. Cool air snakes between collarbones caress, without agenda, refreshingly mute. Your cheeks slacken, unburdened by counterfeit smiles or suppressed yawns. Even the scar from Smyrna's emerald haggling softens its grip on muscle memory. Left thumb taps, divan brocade once, Morse code for enough. The nightjar's echoes fade beyond the minarets, taking their three-note debate into deeper darkness. A single olive leaf drifts onto your knee, pale, underside gleaming like a prophet's discarded palm. No oracle required here, just gravity and breeze, performing their slow waltz. Your chin tilts, beckoning the leaf to stay or go, indifferent to its choice. Lungs fill, spice-tinged, then empty into the moon-hollowed garden. Let the nightjar keep its mysteries. You've treaties enough folded beneath breastbone, 23 unspoken answers to his pointless questions. Muscles melt like hot resin down a pine trunk, dripping into divan folds. Silk cushions accept your surrender. No riddles posed, no translations needed. Breath deepens, countersigning nights, contract written in stars and cricket chirps. The abandoned nest rustles faintly, telltale wings already coasting toward distant alleyways. Your eyelids seal the pact, heavy shutters closing on daylight's ledger. Nightjars don't steal milk, they steal urgency. Silence reclaims its throne between your molars. Knees sink slow into horsehair cushions, sanding down the day's grit from your joints. Each muscle fiber unspools, like silk threads slipping from a merchant's ledger scroll. Ottoman saddle makers stuffed imperial cushions with stallion monets, believing mare's hair caused restless sleep. Yours smells faintly of myrrh and saddle soap, no nightmares detected yet. Hips settle deeper, feeling 37 caravan roots dissolve beneath your weight. Remember the Aleppo merchant who swore Arabian stallions sighed when their monets got clipped. Their ghosts might haunt this divan, whispering hoarse ballads into the stuffing. Your left calf muscle unknots, a scorpion retreating from lemon juice. Toes wiggle free of embroidered slippers, skin meeting woven goat hair fabric. Cool air sneaks between your smallest toe and its neighbor, refugees from the night's heat. Historians still argue whether Saladin napped on lion-skin cushions or simple wool during campaigns. Doesn't matter, your divan's horsehair embraces better than any conqueror's pelt. Shoulder blades melt backward, puddling against cushioned spines. Worn smooth, the contract nestles deep within the cedar recess. A hollow worn smooth by 4 generations of your bloodline. Their fingerprints still stain the woodgrain ghost oils, rising when lamplight hits just so. Phoenician traders believed cedar oil could preserve papyrus contracts for 1,000 years. Modern chemists proved them right. Tiny figures shimmer along the folded edges, witness signatures twisting into shadow play. That debt collector from Mosul pirouettes beside the tea seller's daughter, both long erased by time and travel. You shift, feeling floorboards groan beneath the divan. An 18th century Aleppo merchant journal claimed folded contracts housed rowdy gin, requiring weekly sugar offerings. Sugar grains still dot the hollow's rim, your cook's puzzled kindness since Ramadan. The cedar exhales camphor and cinnamon swirling into the still air. Historians still argue whether Middle Eastern merchants folded documents for practicality or superstition, maybe both, like those Persian tea glasses said to trap lies in their curved bottoms. Moonlight bleeds through the lattice, etching diamond patterns across the contract's final fold. The silk threads embedded in its seams pulse faintly veins without blood. Your grandfather swore he saw figures emerge during winter solstices, dancing to frozen fountain music. Watch closely, see how the silk shivers when the night breeze steals through cracked tiles. Those fibers came from worms fed exclusively on mulberry leaves, same leaves staining your childhood fingertips purple each spring. A moth grazes the contract's surface, wings dusting the parchment with moonlight. Its antennae trace the inked witness marks, fathoming nothing. You could swear the Mosulite debt collectors shadow bows to it, courtly manners enduring beyond death. Moths here grow fat on wool rugs and discarded ledger pages. Their cocoons thread through caravan shipments to Istanbul. Last summer, a tailor found 12 dirhams sewn into a moth-eaten cloak, old money breeding new interest. Your fingertip twitches toward the hollow, halting halfway. Best not disturb the box's calculus of dust and stillness. Even the house spiders avoid weaving near it, their webs arching respectfully around the cedar alcove. Notice the cinnamon sticks you tucked beside it last week, turned brittle as bird bones. Air here devours scent, hoards it like a miser guarding gold. Historians still argue whether Aleppo's cedar chests were designed to mummify documents or dreams. Breath steadies, the contract's angles softening in peripheral vision. Those shadow figures sway now, a slow reel mimicking wind-bent cypress trees. One silhouette wears your father's distinctive hat tilt, cocked left to hide his missing ear. Did he visit the hollow like this, hips aching from saddle leather, counting heartbeats until dawn? Light snags on a wax seal's fracture, sparking garnet tread for half a breath. The muezzin's final call drifts through shuttered windows, stitching night's edges together. Palms press flat against cushion, seams grounding yourself in horsehair and memory. 11 spices mingle in the kitchen below, nutmeg dominant tonight. Your tongue remembers how cardamom pods burst between teeth, how cinnamon burns when inhaled too deeply. The contract's whispers fade into ceiling beams, those dancing shadows dissolving like ink in water. House timbers shift, settling around the cedar hollow, like a mother cradling a sleeping child. Cool air swims up your sleeves, carrying the contract's final secret from parchment to pores. Maybe tomorrow you'll check if your thumbprint overlaps your great-grandmother's oil smear. Not tonight. Tonight belongs to moths and strained moonlight, to mulberry silk remembering caterpillar jaws, to debt collectors still bowing in the cedar dark. Let them dance unanswered, unjudged, until window cracks bleed dawn's first blue. Let stillness win. Roof ticks echo like mismatched clocks, each clay tile contracting as heat bleeds upward. That's Aleppo's stone whispering, cooling itself syllable by syllable. Your heels dig into floor, grooves worn by 3 centuries of slippered feet, grounding the house as it shifts. Historians still debate whether these bedrock-anchored homes were built for earthquake survival or to outlast dynasties. 17 tremors since Ottoman records began prove nothing either way. A gecko scuttles behind a loose tile, its drag-tailed shadow sharp against the moonlit wall. Don't flinch. That rustle isn't a thief, just the northern chimney stack, inhaling desert air. Aleppine builders intentionally left gaps between stones for breathability. The entire city is literal lungwork. Folded into the foundation, English pipe fragments from Queen Victoria's diplomatic gift. 800 extras dumped in the harbor by bored sailors. Your great uncle hauled some ashore, turned them into a leaking fountain shaped like a weeping pineapple. Window grills creak, their geometry tightening like corset laces. You stretch, feeling rafters settle against your spine, each timber transferred into vertebra. Sandstone breathes deeper at night. They say Napoleon's engineers tried scribing that fact, calling it lunatic masonry. Still, your courtyard well refills faster under full moons, proving nothing but the persistence of thirsty ancestors. Plastered dust snows onto your forearm, powdering hair follicles white. Like a fingertip, taste limestone and pigeon guano, the true building blocks of Levantan architecture. Those Versailles diplomats gagged at our organic mortar until their own wig powder triggered sneezing fits during trade talks. Roof ridges compose their nightly Morse code click-clack cooling. A neighborhood cat answers, yelping at some shadow only felines and insomniacs decode. Lean back, let shoulder blades cradle the house's yawn. Aleppo's vaulted ceilings weren't just for show. They funnel summer breezes downward like invisible waterfalls. Some homes kept grapes fresh till December, hanging clusters from the highest keystones. Your breath sinks with the structure's sigh, each exhale sinking the foundation another micrometer into bedrock. Imagine future archaeologists carbon dating your heel print in a floorboard groove, speculating wildly about your shoe size and social standing. Wind combs through the rooftop herb garden, whisking thyme, scent over the parapet. Those clay pots were salvaged from a Byzantine apothecary's collapse. Your mother swore she heard ancient prescriptions whistle through their drainage holes. 72 shards glued back together, holding soil and stories in equal measure. A tile cracks its knuckles, startling a bat into spiraling flight. Your heartbeat answers 2 quick thuds before stillness reclaims both of you. Even the scorpions pause their nightly patrols beneath kitchen flagstones, sensing the house's cartilage adjusting. Palm against the limestone wall, cool seepage, reminding you no mortar truly solidifies. It just pretends to, for limestone's amusement and our comfort. Historians still tear their hair over how Aleppo's old city stayed upright through sieges and neglect, while steel-reinforced monstrosities collapse in Damascus after mild rains. Wood beams murmur above you, mimicking the Tigris currents 90 miles east. Your ribs copy the vaulted arch overhead, human engineering learning from stone's ancient jokes. 10 generations of your family have argued with this house, plugging leaks, repointing joints. Yet it submits to no one. Like that Cypriot dowager aunt who survived 3 husbands, still sipping bitter coffee at sunrise. Moonlight stripes your knuckles silver, making tendons look like tangled harp strings. Press a thumbnail into the window, ledge's soft mortar nick a crescent flake. Tomorrow's problem, not tonight. Tonight, the house decides where to place its weight, and you're the counterbalance. Guest caretaker, sacrificial ballast, titles matter less than the warmth of stone meeting skin. Far below earth adjusts its hips, a seismic shrug too faint for instruments. The house answers, shuffling tiles like chess pieces, contemplating surrender. Somewhere, a foundation stone wedged by your great-great-grandfather gives the tiniest fraction, settling deeper into its cradle of ants and patience. Stars pivot through the latticework, faint as watermark on contracts no one remembers. Close your eyes, buttress the dark with your stillness. Let the house borrow your bones. For this breath, you both hold up the sky. Curved roof tiles clink, laughing at gravity's poor leverage. Your lungs pull night air through window latticework, filtering star-chilled dust and something richer. Nutmeg, or is it mace, hovering like a half-remembered song. Downstairs, jars line pantry shelves, sealed with beeswax, since the morning's market haul. Historians still bicker whether Venetian or Aleppine merchants pioneered airtight spice storage. Both cities' ledgers conveniently lost the proof. A cumin seed rolls beneath a clay lid, ticking against the glaze with each breeze. You imagine tomorrow's bread, sourdough starter, bubbling softly in its crock, already gathering tomorrow's rising ghosts. 72 hours ago, that flour milled near Antioch contained wheat from Roman-era strains, resurrected in a university lab project gone delightfully rogue. Breath hitches, catching on a peppercorn's phantom bite. That's black gold from Kerala, smuggled past Ottoman tacksmen in hollowed pomegranates. No grocer admits it now, but your tongue knows the smuggler's harvest tastes sweeter. Weighs lighter, too, compared to legitimate cargo. Cloves wink from their glass prison, each bud a dried star of Zanzibar. 18 months at sea, in some Dutchman's hold final destination, a cookie tin in Berlin, until you bartered Damascus copper for it last spring. The jar protests each twist, glass threads, aging slower than human hands. Moonlight stripes the corridor outside the pantry, dust motes swimming arabesques around your ankles. Remember, nutmeg oil once greased Byzantine catapult gears during sieges. Runners splashed it as an emergency lubricant. Tonight, it just whispers through your sinuses, promising cinnamon rolls at dawn. A slow leak in the ceiling drops honeyed light onto the crockery. One perfect amber bead, rosewater from last month's distillation beads on a spoon handle, drawing sugar ants into cautious parade formation. You don't disrupt their pilgrimage. Every empire needs its spice roads, even if ants use them better. Cool marble shelves hum against your palm, siphoning warmth into stone memory. This was a section of bathhouse, flooring once, repurposed after Mongol raids, salvaged blocks hauled uphill by donkeys bribed with sugared walnuts. Historians debate whether the scorch marks come from 13th century fires or 19th century tobacco pipes. Forensic soot analysis remains tragically underfunded. Your thumbnail traces a jar's cork stopper, taut as a drumhead. Pressure builds, spice gases fermented in darkness, captives plotting escape. Legend claims Cleopatra's perfumers dyed young lung tissue, pickled by constant amber inhalation. You exhale slowly, letting air dilute the cinnamon's jab. 3 date pits rattle inside a near-empty jar, left by your niece's small, sweaty fist 93 days ago. Sound conducts nostalgia better than light, doesn't it? Those pits bouncing like muted castanets. Beneath sacks of basmati rice, papyrus scraps hide like shy children. 19th century grocery lists mainly eggplant quantities and urgent saffron requests. One fragment insists a certain gin prefers cardamom offerings, scrawled in handwriting, suspiciously like your great aunts. Moon migrates across the jars, casting dappled geometries onto the wall. Cardamom pods split their seams unnoticed, releasing eucalyptus whispers meant for pre-dawn baking. You could swear they're syncing with breath patterns, your chest rising to their timed exhalations. A caraway seed escapes between floorboards, lost to subterranean beetle kingdoms. Tomorrow's rye bread will forgive the desertion. Maybe you'll taste the absence as late-war diplomacy. Compromise, in other words, with extra butter spread to compensate. Your little toe finds a chill tile, shocking neurons awake. Gently, balance shifts, hip bumping a shelf, setting carnelian-hued sumac powder trembling in its cage. The label peeling at corners, still shows your grandfather's hurried Arabic marginalia rub on lamb. Never chicken, waste not. Through the high window, Orion's belt buckle aligns with a crumbling Merlin on the citadel. Star and stone, equally distant, yet only one smells of freshly grated mace. You pick constellations by scent tonight, Pleiades, a whiff of dried lime, Cassiopeia, unmistakably black garlic under her veils. Breathe deep, let spice motes tattoo your bronchial branches, temporary glyphs promising morning's warmth. Those jars will wait patient as assassin bugs, stalking cupboard corners, contained yet throbbing with potential heat. A moth taps the lantern glass, battering wings, powdered with turmeric dust from God knows where. Its antennae twitch, sensing cardamom, Sri Lanka's ghost, transmitted through chitin and desperation. You unlatch the pane, inviting escape or invasion. Either makes a better story than stale containment. Cool air rushes in laden with diesel and desert sage from distant hills. Spice particles swirl, conducting their silent symphony in the sudden draft. Paprika's earthiness draping over nutmeg's high note, cumin's bass line anchoring the blend. Historians would kill for this olfactory sheet music, score it in 5-part harmony, perform with nose-plugged choirs. Your palm cups the cinnamon jar, radiating captured sunlight from another hemisphere. 37 days since it boarded that Mumbai freighter, 3 more crossing Suez during a diplomatic spat, inspected thrice by officials bribed with inferior samples. Lids sigh shut, a whispered benediction for weary taste buds. They'll dream tonight of blooming in hot oil tomorrow, of dissolving into dough, of steeping in goat milk yogurt, until flavors bloom like silk flowers next Friday. Starved of attention, the jars settle glass, cooling against glass, inventing new constellations against pantry walls. Lean your forehead against the doorframe, splinters catching at loose threads in your thoughts. Dawn's first truck horn rattles distant streets, stirring ants into defensive formations around their rosewater trove. Walk away, the spices insist. Tomorrow needs you rested. They've survived Venetian pirates' sieges, centuries of mediocre cooks. They'll endure your sleep-heavy hands at sunrise. Breath leaves one final spice-laden cloud, hanging like suspended fate before dissolving into the hungry dark. Muscles unknot thread by thread as you cross the threshold, bare feet catching on rag rugs dyed with pomegranate skins. That first step into cooler shadows. Yes, linen remembers your shape better than any merchant's ledgers. Sheets lie crumpled where you left them 7 hours ago, draped across the mattress like a surrendered flag. Lower city weavers produced this bolt in 98. The same year Hafez al-Assad died, their cedar looms clattering through both announcements. Your knee finds the divan's edge, horsehair stuffing, sighing through worn cotton casing. Night air pools in the folds, stored river coolness that hasn't touched sunlight since Thursday. Historians still argue whether Syrian linen or Egyptian cotton held higher status. Aleppo smugglers trafficked both, so tax records stay unhelpfully poetic. Shoulders meet fabric, nearly frictionless, threads spun so fine they slide between calluses without snagging. 17 generations of your bloodline probably slept on worse camel hair blankets, straw pallets, maybe the occasional stolen Ottoman officer's cot. This feels like cheating. Your spine tells you luxury shouldn't lift tension this fast. A breeze lifts the curtain hem, brushing calf skin with mint-chilled fingertips. Linen absorbs sweat 3 times faster than cotton science claims, though right now you only care how cold silkiness cradles your left ankle. Some Talmudic scholars insisted high-quality bedding prevented demonic possession. Cheaper fabrics allowed evil spirits easier entry. You snort, fluffing the pillow, wondering if thread count affects ghostly immigration policies tonight. Pressure dissolves along your trapezius muscles, grains of stress dissolving like salt in broth. Neck vertebrae realign one by one, settling into valleys worn smooth by repetitive surrender. Midsummer heat once convinced entire caliphates to nap hungover. At high noon, entire bureaucracies shutting down during solar zenith. Modern bosses could learn truly from extinct empires with smarter siesta protocols. Left temple sinks into flaxweave, textured but not rough, like beach sand wet by receding tide. Palms turn upward, fingertips grazing frayed embroidery along the sheet's selvage. Your grandmother's work, 832 stitches per inch. Her magnified eyesight finally failed halfway through the border pattern. Weight distributes, hips settling the mattress, accepting you like dough into a proofing basket. Raghead Street's last trolley clatters downhill, transporting nocturnal workers home beneath chlorine yellow bulbs. Sound arrives muffled, filtered through latticed windows, woven curtains layers of surrendered vigilance. Belly softens, organs shifting into nocturnal alignment, no longer compressed by the day's perpetual hunch. Spice dust still clings to your cuticles, cardamom and sumac leaving faint constellations across the pillowcase. Byzantines burned linen during sieges. Its smoke supposedly confused enemy archers' aim, a desperation tactic lost to modern warfare textbooks. Knees curl drawing sheets into loose cocoon folds, anatomy mimicking the contract's final triangular rest. Air circulates beneath the fabric, wicking yesterday's embedded warmth away from your lower back. They used linen bandages on pharaohs, didn't they? Mummies swaddled for millennia, while merchants folded far more temporary paperwork above ground. Eyelids document the darkness, recording nothing but pulsing afterimages from extinguished lamps. Retinas reset, adjusting to starlight diluted through indigo cotton drapes. A moth drones past your ear, wing beats syncopated, drawn toward laundry starch residues in the closet. Right toes tunnel deeper, seeking the icy patch at the foot of the bed, pre-dawn's consolation prize. Sheets crisp from line 9 cardon linen were traded coin weight for coin weight with Cypriot copper during coastal shortages. No one hoards flaxseed now, except health nuts and historians reconstructing Crusader-era diets, hipsters ruining everything per usual. Shoulder blades melt, deliquescing into the mattress like saffron threads in warm milk. Jaw unhinges, mandible swaying slightly, a marionette string gone slack between earlobes. 5,600,000 Aleppo residents once slept like this, pre-war sprawl, beneath countless variations of woven plant fiber. Tonight, you're merely somewhere between statistic and ghost, occupying both roles fluidly. Forehead wrinkles smooth, chasing tension toward hairline follicles, abandoned trenches refilled by midnight's neutrality. Underarm sheets grow damp, glands finally releasing held chemical alarms from Tuesday's spice market shakedowns. Raw linen shrinks roughly 3% during initial washings. Your great uncle lost a fortune gambling on unshrunk rolls in 63. Wrists rotate, circling unseen axes, capsules whispering lubricated secrets to adjacent bones. Pulse slows, radial artery conducting languid concertos against pressed cotton weave. Medieval knights slept in linen undershirts, believing it prevented gangrene, little realizing thread gaps hosted just as many bacteria. Nostrils flare, catching remnant lavender sachet particles mixed with your own salt skin musk. Downstairs, a mouse gnaws discarded fig rinds jaws, working faster than carpet weavers' shuttles in daylight hours. Loose threads tickle your inner elbow, renegade fibers, escaped from the fabric's disciplined, warp and weft hierarchy. Stomach gurgles, quartz-soned timekeeping, announcing midnight's hollow stomach ignored. Sheets mock imported silk's arrogance, offering breathability over gaudy sheen, practicality, trumping courtly pretensions. 39% of Byzantine dowries included linen bedsheets. Italian merchants inflated prices by falsely claiming Saint Veronica wove Christ's burial shroud from Syrian flax. Lumbar vertebrae crackle, pressure points, yielding discs, decompressing after 14 hours upright. Proprioception blurs, limbs blending with bedding. You become topography, mapped in linen contours. Historians debate whether linen or hemp caused more peasant fingertip calluses. Manuscripts disagree. So assume both won gold and silver medals. Right pinky twitches, phantom quill cramp from signing today's caravan permits, memory dissolving into percale's embrace. Collarbones emerge as relocation points for gravity, sternum sinking. Ribs expanding sideways into mattress foams, forgiving ecology. Some mad Mamluk sultan reportedly ordered sheets soaked in rosewater every hour, night servants dousing his bed like overzealous pastry chefs. Elbows fold, replicating the merchants, contracts geometry, muscle tissue, embracing temporary origami. Moonlight leaches indigo from dyed fabrics, revealing threadbare patches near the sheet's eastern hemisphere, your grandmother's embroidery, holding the frontier. Chin tips upward, exposing throat, carotid pulse visible beneath paper-thin epidermis, the body's final contract. Even the moon pales above your quilted valleys, exhausted by 12 centuries of tidal commands, its silver leaching into graphite mist. You imagine Philippa of Hainaut observing this same waning glow, medieval queen consort, though she probably slept beneath stiffer English linens. Scorpions tuck themselves beneath courtyard stones, pincers' folded tails coiled like ribbon around wine jugs. Fingers uncurl joints, releasing their grip on nothing. Salt remnants from evaporated sweat crusting lifelines. Your knuckles brush fabric canyons. Quilted terrain, stitched by long-dead artisans chasing geometry. No mathematician named. Historians still argue whether Damascus quilt makers influenced Venetian textile patterns. Trade records burned with the harbor ships in 1424. So theories blossom freely. Palm muscles flatten metacarpals, sinking into mattress topography. Cold linen kissing newly exposed skin. Moonlight once guided Aleppo's silver filigree artists. They swore lunar phases affected metal malleability, though modern metallurgists just shrug. Your left pinky twitches, remembering ledger columns, then stills as if shushed. Wrist tendons soften, drifting sideways, settling like dust on low shelves after vigorous sweeping. Salt prickles above your lip, brine traces from dockside negotiations. 16 hours earlier now, dissolving into bedding. Byzantine emperors slept with salted almonds beneath pillows, believing it repelled nightmares, which explains their grumpy morning mosaics. Shoulder blades, empty iron filings, magnetism dissolving, blades sinking through feather, ticking toward bedrock reassurance. The house exhales, roof beams responding to temperature dips, gap-toothed tiles murmuring gossip to their neighbors. Air fills your trachea cooler now, throat tissues thanking you with microscopic expansions. Jaw surrenders sideways, cheek smushing into pillow creases, wisdom teeth greeting cotton fibers like old rivals forced into truce. Night folds itself around contoured hips, quilts engineering valleys between calves and blanket stacks. Contraceptive silver pouches got sewn into medieval bed linens, crude family planning if you trusted sleeping posture's discretion. Temples release, stored sunlight, leftover heat from bizarre squints bleeding into linen's moisture-wicking embrace. Eyelashes brush warp threads, individual fibers magnified, living microscope slides your grandmother once named constellations. Ptolemy mapped stars from Alexandria, but never documented the Pleiades' reflection on Aleppo's midnight quilts. Oversight truly, toes unclench, arching, then flattening, as if pressing farewell into warm sand shifting beneath piers. Historians debate whether 14th century insomnia rates increased due to cotton's popularity over pricklier hemp sheets. Documentation's spotty. but cold sweats suggest hemp's revenge. Collarbones submerge, clavicle tides retreating, declaring your sternum a neutral zone between warring sleep factions. A single thread unravels near your hip, embroidery refugee, escaping grandmother's border patrol, ambivalent about freedom, breath hitches, diaphragm catching, then smooths into oceanic regularity, borrowed from moon-governed shorelines. North African merchants once traded hallucinogenic honey for quilted armor, sleep defenses, prioritized over battlefield steel, clever negotiators. Scorpions stir in courtyard dreams, pincers flexing. Then, still beneath tonight's truce between predators and prey silk, you feel their distant vibrations, granular shifts, like sugar settling in overturned jars. Arm hairs rise, coolness spreading capillary by capillary, gooseflesh territories surrendering to invading serenity. One rogue eyelash tickles your cheekbone, fallen soldier, deserving proper burial or wish-granting ceremony. You lack energy for either ritual. The moon's final surrender stains rooftops charcoal, draining luminance from laundry lines, and sleeping fig trees, threadbare patches on the quilt glow, faintly worn thin by generations of elbows seeking midnight realignment. Wind folds itself around the house, tired of strumming lattice screens, settling into stillness like ink, drying on unsigned treaties. Your last conscious thought melts, marginalia dissolving, contract between wakefulness and dreams, fully executed. All things fold, sleep now. Aleppo sways beneath you like a merchant vessel unmoored, timbers groaning, hull empty now of cloves and complaints. Your mattress cradles vertebrae like silt, accepting dropped pottery, every shard sinking toward level rest. 10 generations of caravans whisper in your capillaries, frankincense resin sticky in phantom saddlebags. Lycia's forgotten beekeepers traded wax for fig wine here, 600 years before Christ. Their hives, buzzing secrets mathematicians stole for tessellations. Linen sheets conform to hip divots, valleys worn smooth by 647 nights of identical surrender. Moon-deprived tiles settle on the roof, their complaints carried east toward Mosul's wounded minarets. Breathe the coarse dust seeping through window lattices, powder of pulverized city walls, rebellions, tiresome sieges future scholars will misname in textbooks. Ottoman sultans once shipped Aleppo's cherries to Istanbul, packed in snow between camel humps. But you prefer them sun-warmed, stolen from baskets, while haggling. Your sternum floats, ribs collapsing inward like folding stools in deserted tea stalls. Some street vendor's donkey brays 13 streets away, its complaint stretching tight as goatskin over drum frames. Historians still argue whether medieval insomnia increased after cotton replaced hemp sheets. Less scratching, more time to contemplate mortality's approach. A single moth batters the oil lamp's glass belly. Idiot disciple, chasing dead prophecies of light, toes unearth cooler linen territories, seeking reprieve from the day's smuggled warmth. Your ankles roll seaward, mimicking cargo ships gliding toward Cyprus through starshot darkness. Byzantine sailors slept with cork amulets filled with scorpion venom, believing it inverted nightmares, fools misplacing trust in arthropod mercy. Ear cartilage registers distant water wheels creaking, wooden teeth gnawing at the Quake river's sluggish flow. Breathe the aldehyde tang of the doused lamp, evaporated light clinging to cotton wicks. Jaw hinges slacken, molars no longer clenching against ledger arithmetic or port official bribes. Palms upturned like beggars' bowls, calluses printed with rope burns from lowering camphor chests into cellar darkness. Silk merchants buried bolts during Mongol raids, then forgot the spots. Their ghosts still wail at foundation repairs. Wind rifles through courtyard jasmine, thin fingers plucking petals for some invisible beloved's hair. Eyelids caress pupils, dry scriptorium parchments sealing away remaining specks of luminance. Your cerebellum replays haggling voices, 73 dinars, 39.90 echoes smothered by down pillows. Ottoman tax registrars documented Aleppo's dream content until 1583. Bureaucrats tracking midnight premonitions as state revenue. Crimson ink smudging sleep's fragile borders. Hair follicles prickle, anticipating a breeze that never arrives, fooled by capillaries draining their anxious cargo. Neck tendons slump, marionette strings clipped by some bored puppeteer seeking earlier retirement. Crusaders mistook Aleppo's green soap for cheese, nibbling squares before dysentery clarified their error. Gluttony's shorthand lesson. Shoulders invade pillow territory, feather stuffing retreating into button-sealed quadrants stitched by brides earning trousseau merit. Moonlight drunk on clouds now. Blackness, so complete you taste obsidian edges on your molars. French archaeologists mapped this quarter's cellars in 1927. Missed the silver Mamluk coins beneath your floor tiles, though their cameraman's pipe ash still winks near the threshold. Diaphragm expands, compressed air escaping back into the world's shared reservoir. 13th century poets described Aleppo's nights as inkwells tipped over silk, plagiarism of earlier Persian tropes, forgotten now like the poets themselves. Temple veins thrum softer, blood's percussion section downgraded to tavern lute simplicity. Hips settle into mattress valleys formed by 11,000 preceding sleeps. The wool-stuffed crater where Selim the broker napped daily between opium negotiations. Amber prayer beads warm against the bedpost, their 81 spheres caressed raw by grandfather's remorse. Historians debate whether Byzantine snoring techniques influenced Islamic calligraphy. Absurd, but your smile muscles twitch at the theory's audacity. Ribs collapse gently, cage failing to contain lungs' tidal surrender. Coolness infiltrates nasal passages, stolen from high Caucasus passes where Turkish smugglers hide spring ice in straw. Chicken feathers poke through pillow seams, quill tips scribbling half-legible dreams on your cheek. Mamluk soldiers slept embracing their stallions' necks, a bonding technique abandoned after kick-related casualties. Soles flatten, arches dissolving like sugar lumps in mint tea left too long on courtyard tiles. Air occupies narrow spaces, oxygen swapping stories with carbon dioxide about your most embarrassing haggle fails. Palestinians wept into Aleppo's baths in 1948, their salt mingling with piped sulfur springs, grief's temporary dilution. Elbows skim sheet topography, sharp promontories retreating into softer cartilage submission. The house inhales, ceiling beams hoarding daytime warmth for another hour before releasing it to the street. Aleppo once hosted a mosque for sleepwalkers, doorless, cushion-strewn, raised by Ottomans for harboring dissident snorers, throat muscles unspool, uvula bobbing in silent laughter at some unsung midnight jest. Silk cocoons split beneath mulberry leaves 3 streets east, blind moths wriggling free, ignorant of their thread's eventual price per ell. A Levantan pirate king snores in a harbor tavern, ferocious adenoids vibrating pewter steins. Unaware your sleep eclipses his, chin tilts into darkness, carotid pulse tapping Morse code lethargy against jugular cliffs. Crusader ghosts lick imagined cheese soap, residue from cracked lips, dysentery purged from their ectoplasm long ago. Soviet geologists measured tectonic size here in '58, their equipment shattered by local teens, joyously ignorant of seismic poetry. Nostrils flare at phantom smells, deleted fragrances your neurons resurrect for insomnia's amusement. Moroccan mercenaries burned 10,000 olive trees here in 1213, misguided warmth. Their frozen corpses found curled between roots come spring. Eardrums register the city's tinnitus, generator drones and dying refrigerators composing symphonies for the unsleeping damned. Aleppo's last Armenian glassblower sighed into molten crystal this evening. Finished goblets chilling in nitrate baths. Tomorrow's profits secured. Pores exhale their final moisture. Skin tightening over zygomatic ramparts and scapula plateaus. 43 muscles governing eyelid elevation retire, pensioned off, replaced by gravity's reliable non-union workforce. Black velvet pulls its threaded weave across your cortex, looting memories of bizarre haggles, replacing them with undefined nothingness. Beneath the courtyard palm, the contract dreams in cedar, ink whispering gossip with termite queens about dissolution timelines. The harbor beckons, lightless velvet waves cradling your scofflaw vessel without judgment. Anchors unnecessary as last week's feud over saffron prices. Let astronomers chart constellations elsewhere. Your universe contracts to tidal silence, barnacle-crusted, buoyant as cork amulets bobbing in nightmare seas. Currents accept your bow's surrender, bowsprit splintering against sleep's merciful jetty. Historians may debate whether the Mamluk Sultanate's mints employed insomnia sufferers. But you roll away from answers, spices dissolved, coins resting on riverbeds among broken amphorae, all ropes fray, all sails shred, all ports dissolve when depth becomes sanctuary. The harbor is deep and dreamless, and yours. Aleppo sways beneath you, timbers hushed, harbor waves lapping at dreams instead of docks. Your mattress accepts all remaining weight, dunes welcoming spilled sand, gentle as old figs yielding to dusk heat. 600 years hum in your veins, caravan bells muffled beneath layers of cellular stillness. That moth finally stills, wings folded into dust, its prophecy fulfilled in darkness. Cool linen cradles your souls, Egyptian cotton bleached by moons older than crusader grudges. Lips part, releasing the day's final arithmetic, 93 dinars dissolving into pillow mist. Roof tiles cease their journey east, resting now, Mosul's wounds paused in solidarity with your surrender. Shoulder blades sink, submerging like merchant galleys, swallowed by merciful seas. Ottoman cherry pits soften beneath memory's tongue, sweetness lingering beyond haggling or theft. Historians blur their quill-scratched arguments, fading like mirages beyond Palmyra's arches. Eyelids seal, parchment glue, giving way to effortless night. Your breaths sink with courtyard jasmine petals, loosening their grip on unseen stems. That forgotten silk bolt unfurls beneath the courtyard palm. Termites silk spinning lullabies around buried ink. Pulse slows, tapping weak rhythms against thinning vessel walls. Harbor tides lift your ghost ship, anchors silt buried, cargo emptied of regrets or cloves. No coins left to count, no ledgers demanding vertebrae's rigid attention. The city exhales, generators throttled to whispers, refrigerators humming infants to sleep. You float now, freed from gravity's tax ledger, unbound from decades of camel hair ropes. All ports dissolve when darkness becomes the only compass. Let astronomers chase constellations. Your course bends toward silent warmth, void of salt or spice. Dreams need no names here. The harbor's black velvet spreads, ink absorbed by deeper ink, unwriting every contract etched in daylight's harsh ledger. Sleep needs no translation, just release.